Good morning. I can't hear myself. That's so weird. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hear myself. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Oh, did I put it in the wrong hole? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I put the microphone jack in the wrong hole. I mean the headphone jack. Yeah, yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Papa, can you hear me? Ooh. It's a great. I love the move. The musical Yentl was actually really fun to sing, like fun to. I mean, it didn't get as much like love as it probably should have. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, Jane. Good morning, Teresa. Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Kevin. I said Kevin. Good morning, Mr. Spock. Mr. Spock was here a little early to say howdy and to remind me that it's time for coffee and smoke and it's time to wake up and get up. I'm ready for Pamela Joe. I don't have my Amazon hair on today because my curls are very fragile and I want to keep my curls for a minute. No. No, I'm just not going to wear the. I actually don't know where my Pamela Joe particular hair is, although it should be somewhere around here. But anyway, no, I'm not gonna subject you to the Pamela Joe hair, but I will subject you to the Pamela Joe voice. Jane, you didn't even see Mr. Spock. He's not even. He was here so early. He came and went. He came and went. Sorry, it's not rude of you at all, darling. Well, good morning. Happy Thursday. Oh, my God, my darlings, you've almost made it. My loves, my kittens. You're almost there. You just have to reach a little, little, little. Oh, the small hands are coming. Don't worry, darling. The small hands will be here. But let me tell you, Audrey, my love. Pep, my love. It's Wednesday? Oh, shit. Damn you, Pep. Damn you. I had convinced myself it was Thursday. God damn it. I thought yesterday was what. Thank you, Jane. Thank you for standing in solidarity with me. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm just going to see if Pamela Joe is. Oh, they're not live yet. Okay, that's fine. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Let me see what else I had. I think I only had Pamela Joe. I think there was another. Actually, there was another thing happening. Hold on. I just got to check because I'm like weird. Let's see. There's a markup on transportation and whatever laws, I'm sure, which are terrible. Alex Murtaugh is appealing his murder conviction. Well, that's bold. I guess if you don't have anything else to do, you would probably appeal your murder conviction. I mean, suppose. Where is Trump? Yeah, where is Trump? Stephanie Miller's saying, where's Trump's... what? Oh, what is Trump hiding? Oh, well, we know what he's hiding. Come on now. Where is he hiding? That's what I want to know. Let's see. That's old. That's everyone's waiting for Bondi. I thought there was another one though. Wait. God damn it. Where's my tweet? Where's my blue sky? What is that called? What a sky? Like a cloud? What do we call those? What are posts called in blue sky? Clouds? Okay, wait, here we go. All right, what did I have? I had oversight of the SEC, Pamela Joe. Okay, so it's the SEC one. That's the one I'm missing. Oversight of the SEC, which will probably be interesting only for me and other people that care, that not care, but because you guys care, that nerd out at financial oversight. Oversight, SEC. Okay. Oh, that's happening. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Well, I guess so we're going to wait because Jimmy Jordan is taking his seat. Jimmy Jordan has taken his seat. Ooh. Jimmy Jordan, Jimmy Jordan, Jimmy Jordan, Jimmy Jordan. Jimmy Jordan has taken his seat. Hold on. I gotta fix him. Fix him. Fix him. I don't know if this is the right broadcast, so you gotta bear with me because sometimes their sound is fucked up. Fuck it up.
Department of Justice. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Three counties and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions, accounting for 31% of the population in this country. 31% of the American people, almost 1/3 of the American people, live in a city, county, or state where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement not to work with federal law enforcement.
I was making up a
now, what does that mean in practice?
Didn't work.
Let's look at Abraham Gonzalez, who on September 20th, 2023, was arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the United States. And of course, the Biden administration released him into the country. 5 months later, February 26, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with assault. 2 weeks later, March 11, 2024, he's charged with felony motor vehicle theft, stole a car. And on March 20th, 2024, 9 days later, he's arrested by the Denver police and placed in the Denver Justice Center. 6 days later, March 22nd, 2024, ICE sends a detainer notice to the Denver Justice Center saying this. If you're going to release Mr. Gonzalez, can you give us a heads up?
Hey, Sharon Brown.
Can you let us know maybe 48 hours before you're going to release this guy so we can come apprehend him there at the jail? And remember, a detainer is a final order of removal from a court where this individual or this individual's committed some removable offense.
Oh, okay.
But on February 28th, 2025, Abraham Gonzalez is released to the streets. In fact, we can put that up. I think you can see this. Released, we got the form from the detention.
Jimmy, wait till you hear what I tell you about Trump. Wait till you hear what we did with Trump, the fact that we let him go so many times. Can you believe it? Wait a minute, Jim, let's talk about your stint at OSU and you turning a blind eye to sexual abuse for years. For years, Jim. We just watched a documentary about it. Your time is coming, sir. Your time is coming. You know, they always talk about the wood chipper. Well, Jimmy, I got the Jimmy Jordan blues. I got a guilty conscience and it ain't no news. I got the Jimmy Jordan blues.
Denver Justice Center.
He's really terrible.
What kind of inmate was Mr. Gonzalez for those 345 days that he was?
Oh my God.
Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said this in response to the State of the Union address. She said the divide in America today is normal versus crazy.
No, really?
And it's true. Because it's crazy not to have a border, which is what we had under the previous administration. It's crazy to abolish ICE, and it's crazy to release bad guys who are here illegally to the streets when with one phone call, federal law enforcement will come to the jail and pick them up. The mindset that says it's okay to release these guys is the same left-wing mindset that thinks it's okay to weaponize government against your political opponents. That is exactly what we had in the previous Justice Department. The Biden-Harris Department of Justice called parents domestic terrorists.
Oh, my God.
Biden-Harris Justice Department used FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates. The Biden-Harris DOJ targeted
What's happening now is Biden's fault? I'm not sure why, because I thought you guys were doing such a bang-up job of getting all the violent criminals out. I'm confused. Which is it? Are you doing a good job, or is it still like, oh, Biden? I don't know. I don't get it.
Targeted traditional Catholics. The Biden-Harris DOJ pressured social media companies to censor Americans, and the Biden-Harris Justice Department.
Remember the great Catholic surge of 2024? Or surge. What is it? A purge? Remember the great Catholic purge of 2024? I do. Oh, it's way low. Okay. Well, I'm not trying to be over him because my sound's a little mixed up right now. So we're doing the best we can. I have to go in between him.
Launched not one, but 2 investigations into President Trump, spending over $35 million to try to bring down their political opponent. To further this effort, they sought the phone records of over a dozen Republican members of Congress. Even the Democrats said this was wrong. They got bank records for scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one confidential human source $20,000 for information on President Trump. And of course, while doing all this, they couldn't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and who put cocaine in the White House. But thank goodness the American people saw through it all. Americans were tired of being targeted for their beliefs, tired of the lawfare, tired of the rampant crime throughout this country, and that's why they overwhelmingly elected President Trump. And what a difference a year makes. What a difference a year makes. Under Attorney General Bondi, the DOJ has returned to its core missions, upholding the rule of law, going after the bad guys, and keeping Americans safe. The Trump Justice Department has restored the rule of law. Murders are down nationwide by 20%. In D.C., violent crime is down by 28%.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have lost his sound, so all you can hear is me. But I'll tell you what he's saying. He's saying all the same old shit that he's said for years. And yes, OSU. I'd be too tempted to say thank you, Chairman Strauss, Jordan. Just a big follower of OSU happenings. Wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't that be amazing? Good morning, TV2. How are you? Wouldn't that be totally amazing if everyone said, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Strauss." Oh, Mr. Jordan.
Anti-parent memorandum.
Yeah. Anyway, what he's talking about is all this to all the conspiracies I've told before, to those I've loved and spread some more, to all the disinfo kings and the disinfo queens, I give you all my love, of course. I'm Jim Jordan, king of disinfo, and I want to let you know those tales that I turned my head when people were being fed to the wolves. That's right, I turned my back on my students. I let them go with the rudest. I didn't care if anyone was being touched inappropriately because it wasn't me. Bum bum bum. That's my opera. That's my Jim Jordan opera.
The Russia collusion hoax.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. He's still talking, and he's still talking about stuff that happened last summer at camp. Okay, I really thought he would end by the time my song ended. So I want to say to you, I'm Jimmy Jordan too. I'm not just this little snipe who gives out all his tripe.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Mariamar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris Deluzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and two-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just 1 round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony
I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization? The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years.
Very punchable face.
That's nothing
Doesn't she
short
have
of
it?
historic. If you compare 25
She's a
to
horrid
24,
actress, too.
here's
She's
what
just
you'll
the worst.
find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary,
And
could
the
go
job
on and
numbers
on.
came out
Crime
today,
is
which I
declining.
haven't looked at yet, but
This
I am
did not
calling
happen by
bullshit
accident.
so strongly
The
on
numbers
jobs
tell an
numbers. We'll
important
see.
yet straightforward
I
story.
want to see what the other economists
President Trump
say
has
about
given
it.
us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are 2 iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa Cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now, protecting America. As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially
and I don't think she does
deadly
either.
doses that can kill Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional.
When you buy the SCOTUS, you should probably expect that you're going to win, honey. Okay? When you buy SCOTUS, that means you're going to win. Don't think it's your amazing lawyering. Believe me, your lawyers get shot down in SCOTUS all the time because they're dumb. Anyways, yeah. So, go ahead, Pamela Joe. Whoa, god damn. Why does this keep doing this? Is this a new, YouTube thing? What the fuck is that?
Disclosure, thank you, Chairman,
Jesus.
And restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims.
One tier of justice
and if you
here,
brought
one.
us a victim's name that was inadvertently
No
released,
justice.
we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit
Justice is
DOJ
Marxist.
to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information
You killed
to
7
share
giants with
that
one
needs to be
swoop.
investigated,
How? Show me. Prove
contact
that.
the FBI.
Prove it, bitch. Prove
Today,
it.
I look forward to discussing
Oh my
further
God.
our shared.
The fucking gall of that fucking woman to say in front of survivors that if they want to pick up the phone and call the FBI, that they'll be happy to investigate, when the FBI has seen NTOC after NTOC after NTOC submission, lawsuit dropped after lawsuit dropped after lawsuit dropped, poor prosecution after poor prosecution after lack of prosecution. This cunt has the fucking balls to say that it is on the victims to now go and bring their case again. Oh my God. This cunt needs to go to Nuremberg, be convicted, and be dealt with 100%. However, they're going to deal with these motherfuckers. I am so insulted and enraged as a victim of sexual assault. I am so angry that this cunt would turn her back on victims and have the fucking balls to say to them, if you want to bring charges, or if you want it investigated, just call me. What? The very FBI who in 2020 also sat on information that President Trump raped a child? Ms. Bondi, you mean that FBI? Because it's that times 10 right now with Kash Patel in charge. The FBI that said that he didn't do it in 2020. I mean, it's in the fucking... I know, Audrey. It's in the fucking files. In 2020, the FBI sat on the description of Trump raping a 13-year-old because it was an election year or whatever it is, or they're complicit. So I'm sorry. Excuse me? This is like, this should be a stop the presses moment. The balls of this creature to say to victims, you already brought everything that you were going to bring. You've already re-traumatized yourself for years trying to achieve justice that you've been denied over and over and over again. And now I'm going to make you crawl. Now I'm going to make you crawl. Yeah, when you're a woman, it's even worse. But I'm going to make those victims crawl for their justice and go in it again. It's how I feel too. I'm like floored. I don't know. I would have had a gasp in the hearing room. I don't know where we are right now. I don't know.
Shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The chair we now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation of those responsible over the years in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have constantly putting those out, and they are respected normally.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges. And if I could add one thing to that, we are always recruiting and looking for judges. So please reach out to our office for these judges who are handling all these very important matters. We've even added some JAG officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified lawyers as well to be part of that. And
thank you. I yield
for
back.
highlighting that, Congressman.
Survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General
Twice.
Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't
a
she
question.
ask Merrick Garland this?
I am
Twice
reclaiming my
when he sat in
time,
my
and
chair.
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the
my
gentlelady's
I'm
reclaimed
I'm
her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say this.
I'll direct it to
what a
you.
massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness
I'm
is
not going to get
interrupting.
in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my time.
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up, and I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level
Chairman,
apologize
The chair now
to them
recognizes the chair.
and what you have done.
The time of the gentlelady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back.
Theatrics.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million into DOJ's asset forfeiture fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause, close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume?
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic frost, everything that happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of our my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad you brought up Arctic frost because Section 702 was used in the Arctic frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know at some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be jumping up and down, screaming, supporting you and what you want.
Well, you know what's funny, Pamela Joe, is the Democrats don't commit crimes. All right, sweetheart. That's why the Democrats don't have to worry about their phones being taken except for by you and your corrupt bitch, ass, cunt, But I'm going to tell you right now, it's because fucking Democrats don't commit crimes like you fucking Republicans do. And another thing, if she doesn't want to talk about Arctic frost, then she should shut her motherfucking trap. The pie hole should be shut. Okay? And Andy Biggs, you asked for a pardon for January 6th. Why did you do it? Thank you, Max, for reminding us. Anytime Biggs comes on the screen, we're reminded that this bitch ass asked for a pardon. For what? What would you need to ask for a pardon for? And you want to know why the 702 was used in relation to Arctic frost? Because the Russians were in contact with the fucking Congress members. It's a Russian collusion thing, bitches. Stupid. God.
Want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the same investigation privilege. But that's this: how many such queries were actually conducted overall? This is outside Arctic frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community, and particularly, we really need to know what were the legal standards applied. Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information? And that's beyond the investigation regarding Arctic frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse of 702, it would be very particularly helpful.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026, and it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer, who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports that you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting, from Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question
ridiculous.
the way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time.
Okay, we've got 2 words, 2 magic words for today, kids. Okay, romper, bumper, stomper, boo. Let me tell you. Okay, I'm really mad. Okay? No. I will answer the question that you want. Wait, what? Gutter and theatrics. Okay, those are her 2 words that she was given this morning and said, hey, honey, last time you said gutter, exactly. Last time you said gutter in that other hearing, everybody loved that. They've been playing that like over and over and over. So get in the gutter again, Pamela Joe, because that really works well on TV. Now this bitch, I'm telling you, this is what's happening in this little brain that's going on over there. This little brain. The little brain says, I got good feedback when I use the word gutter. So I'm going to use it over and over and over and over again. Because I'm stupid. But I know when they give me positive reinforcement that I should do those things over and over and over and over again. So I'm going to keep doing it because it gets me a lot of good attention and feedback. I need good feedback. And then when I say gutter, they get really happy. That's what she's thinking. Gutter Theatrics is Pam's new nickname. Yep.
Claiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
Claiming my time.
She also denied victims of Trump University in Florida their due settlement that was approved in a court. She denied it. And said, nah, we don't need it. So she denied the people of Florida that were victimized by a fake university. You can call it anything you want, but it is Trump University, and it was found in a court of law to be a fake and took people's money. But the people in Florida didn't get the settlement money because Pamela Joe refused it because of her boss. And guess what? Right after she refused it, she got a check for her campaign for $25,000 from the Trump Foundation. That's right, kids. Pamela Joe is the original pay-to-play bitch.
very
Reclaiming my time.
interesting
You can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted.
Mr.
The
Chairman,
gentleman
roll back
from
the
New
clock,
York,
please.
we will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when
Reclaiming
you ask
my-
a question, the witness
question
gets to
was-
answer. You may not.
Look at this motherfucking cow right over here. Oh, you can't see her because my picture. Look at this motherfucking cow with this motherfucking smirk on her face. This dick, too. This cunt. This fucking bitch who doesn't like women, who spits in the face of sexual assault survivors because she needs to suck Jim Jordan's fucking cock every day. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. Fuck you. Go to hell, you fucking smug cunt. Ugh. Fuck Republicans all the way to fucking hell, you fuckers.
Not like the answer,
Fucking
but
hate
she
you.
gets to
The
answer.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like
What?
the answer,
Reclaiming
Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So
my-
he asked a
Reclaiming my
4-minute
time.
question.
Restore 45
and
seconds to
I
Mr.
am
Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
I mean,
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way.
Reclaiming-
And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in
Reclaiming my
order.
time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I
Not a
said that
few more,
already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go
All
right
right.
ahead.
My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None of
has
the perpetrators
expired.
have been brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time
have
of
been
the
dedicated to
gentleman has
pursuing Trump's
expired,
enemies.
and
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
There
no
was
longer
no
works
question
for American
in there
people. It works
for her to
for Donald
respond to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up Americans' 401k. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this. I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to 2 documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar, there were 3 million pages, of course, with that email, but of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million, the redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
Can I finish, please? I'm not being rude, please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibustering.
You didn't give a
belongs
yes
to
or
the
no
gentleman from
answer,
California.
so let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information.
Zolofgren didn't say anything wrong. Like, she didn't actually push Pam. Pam just fucking went off like a fucking top. What the fuck? Like, literally, Zolofgren has been the nicest, most... I mean, she's not even accusing. What the fuck is wrong with these people? What the fuck is wrong with this country? Why is this okay? Why is this a game to people? Why are people's lives like a game? I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't operate like this. I don't.
Indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really possible.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get a computer?
It is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? None. And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account
Netflix,
during the
what?
Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in
going after
order.
There was no
Committee will be in
question asked
order.
of the Attorney General. She doesn't just get to speak.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks,
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order
haven't.
yet. Please let her
Gotta
speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And she
I am
didn't do it.
trying to make a point of order that the witness,
And what rule are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me personally, I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and
First
instead
time
is
that
attacking
is not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Compensation from the town, I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open, they should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin?
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has fixed it. I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You've established a National Fraud Enforcement Division, is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places. Yes, we are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding that. It was the Vice President's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud division, which we are establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people, and we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here, why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis?
This guy's head
Because
is
of
huge.
industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid.
No meowing.
Don't you think it would be a
Doesn't care
good
about
idea for
fraud
every
at
governor
all.
to do
He
that
is
at
a
this
fraud.
point?
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established when Colin is confirmed. He's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do, to stop fraud in every city, in every state in this country. We will continue to fight for the American people.
So you would encourage every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota, what we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing, for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it, but the Attorney General not recognizing you, that's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there.
The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months. And we do have a Democratic mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time when Memphis has only gone down 25%, and that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force.
Yeah, Bible.
And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined? And if you want to do something different, join ICE, and you'll get a $50,000 bonus, and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines and local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities, and you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members.
This bitch is
what we
still
found
ready
in
to
Memphis,
fight.
a lot of the gangs
She's
are
still ready
local
to
gangs.
fight.
But 600 gang members
really.
were
Let me
taken
reclaim
off
my
the
time,
streets.
because I've only got 40 seconds. I'm going to agree with you.
148, yeah.
I thank you for that.
And
that's
148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a
I would
result
like to
of us
reclaim my
working
time.
together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed, like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, in federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion, freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's Church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's
yeah,
a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the
supposed to be
indictment,
oversight, Grace Lisa.
Yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull-Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot and they caravaned.
They were activists and
to a
journalists.
church
Stop
on a
it.
Sunday
It's just,
morning
it wasn't what they're saying.
people
I'm
were
sorry.
worshiping together.
Mr. Lemon said that
isn't ICE going into
he
churches?
live streamed before entering the
guns?
church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he say this he said this on camera, is that right?
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah.
And more.
Oh my God.
And he was in
You
Minnesota,
guys
and as
think
you said, they
words
were
are-
gearing up for...
It's so interesting to me that all of a sudden words are so meaningful when they're constantly having to say, he was joking, that's satire, ba-ba-ba, beat-it-boo, ba-ba-bee.
an operation.
Fuck
So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have lied to the committee, and the committee, the Congress, and I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe, my bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led.
I'm sorry, that's the smoking gun from Arctic Frost, which is an active investigation. So why he's asking her about it is really interesting because apparently she's not supposed to talk about ongoing investigations. So why would she talk about this one? But Jim, I don't think this is the path you really want to go down. Because if you guys this is what they do. Let me tell you what the right does. They constantly build these bridges to nowhere where then they come to the end of the bridge and they have to defend it And yet they're surrounded by evidence. It's kind of like Epstein is evolving to be, where all this evidence is starting to circle around Dump and everybody else. But Dump is the president, so, that's an important one. So all this evidence, like, they just deny, obfuscate. And then at one point, it kind of does catch up to them. Now, sometimes they slip away. Don't get me wrong. I've seen it happen. They slip out of the noose, if you will, that they've created for themselves. But a lot of times they just get over their skis and hope for high heaven that they get another distraction, which usually is what happens. But I think they're getting over their skis in this Arctic frost thing, because if that is the smoking gun that Jordan thinks that Brennan tried to manipulate something or whatever, no one is going to buy that. I'm sorry. No one is going to buy that. Now, they'll go ahead and ramrod through courts and get to the SCOTUS, and the SCOTUS will buy anything because they've been bought. So, the SCOTUS is kind of the meaningless backstop that now just kind of erases any sense of justice that occurs. So, it is kind of like that. That's the world we're living in. However, in a real world, in a real timeline where rule of law matters, facts matter, that kind of stuff, this Arctic frost, the investigation, the Mueller report, it is all valid, and it is backed up by as much evidence as they could gather. So I'm going to tell you, if you haven't read Mueller Report Part 2, then you don't even have anything to say about this. Because until you read the Mueller Report Part 2, I don't even want to talk to you about your feelings about Arctic frost, Russian collusion, whatever. And furthermore, if you're not paying attention to the Epstein files, then you really don't understand what the role of Russia has been in this entire fuckwad timeline that we're on. And I don't think we even begin to understand it. But if you're paying attention, you can see that things are starting to shift and that people are under there. It is harder for them to escape. Yeah. Well, yeah, that is true too. But this is, yeah, it is. But I'm going to tell you right now, they get over their skis. Now, does it always hit them in the ass? No, unfortunately. That's why we're here. But it certainly, I guess, explains a lot. Anyway, I'm going to now speed ahead because I hate Jim Jordan. Yep, that's right.
And child sex trafficking cases, correct?
Congress in the country, like to is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the. They asked a question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
from
General
multiple
Bondi,
districts.
would you
It will be in
agree?
order.
This
Time
is
belongs.
ridiculous.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18 years.
And for
18 years.
And for 18
prior
years,
to being
for 18 years,
he asked a
you
question and doesn't want
prosecuted-
an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you
on.
prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides, I prosecuted capital cases, I prosecuted domestic violence cases, I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier.
Okay.
I prosecuted
All right.
multiple
Well,
cases
so
when I
bottom
was
line,
a prosecutor.
bottom
If I
line,
can
you're an
answer the question.
experienced and seasoned.
For 18
you're an
years.
Mr. Chairman, will you a reminder of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
think
are
I've
a
said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
he wants a
When
say. I
want a
answer,
yes
I
or
get
no
cut off.
answer.
I think he wants the
I
same
want a
answer.
yes or no
I
answer,
can-
but
yeah, I can
I'll
explain my
live with what you
experience. I'd
have
be
already
love to
said.
explain
Let
my
me ask
experience.
you this question.
Clearly
In
you
the
don't have any.
prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying
Well,
to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the
protection
identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
You are
important.
protected under. Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
Well,
explain
it means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain that.
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for
time is
coming
up.
forward?
The time of the
Which
gentleman-
was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months
to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico. The fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico. And in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration working hand in hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosed orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. But with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is, the gentleman's expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost, I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ has changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ is not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you why how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Great, thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have.
Can I just say, I am here for this bromance, okay? I am here for the Swalwell-Ted Lieu bromance. I am absolutely 100%. Ted Lieu is, first of all, a king. And Ted Lieu makes Eric Swalwell so much more palatable. Because sometimes Swalwell gets under my skin. But because he's a tech bro, and I just think we need to question that a whole lot more. Anyway, point is, this bromance, I am absolutely here for. But please realize, Eric Swalwell, you are lucky to have Mr. Lieu sitting next to you and as your buddy in this buddy film. Okay? So there we go. All right, continue, please.
Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name that we have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at
we have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can
so
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
means
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, "Get the message to him. I'm gonna hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self." Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, "No, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you." The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, "I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew." I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family have had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said, and I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General. You might see me when I'm right in front of you. I have to mention, Democratic member, we're taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump. So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is, and there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents, to challenge them, to hurt them, to attack them. And that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, going after...
Okay, I'm going to call bullshit on that. And yes, I know this is their line now, is that everybody's calling for violence. Nobody is calling for violence against ICE agents. I'm sorry. If you guys understand what people say as calling for violence, then you have a very weird threshold for calling for violence. Because I am one of those people who sometimes goes out and protests. And I'm going to tell you right now, we're not the drama. We're not the violence. And if you think some water bottles thrown or something like that is the violence, well, then you don't understand what violence is or what a riot is or any of that nonsense. Okay? You just don't fucking get it. So I don't fucking care what your opinion is. But I'm going to tell you right now, the people causing the violence are the police, the DHS police, the LAPD in my case and in others. When National Guard, when they were in California, didn't do shit. Okay, for when I was in the downtown LA protests, they really did stand back. So I'm just gonna say that I don't think that I never encountered National Guard drama. I feel like they were just trying to do what they gotta do, kind of thing. Oh, bye, Jane of the Redwoods. But this is like nobody is being told to go hurt anyone. People are mad because people's rights are being trampled on. That's what happens when people's rights are trampled on. People get mad, and they express that anger towards the government forces that are trying to stop them from expressing their anger. Because that's what happens when you're down there. You're expressing your anger, you're protesting, you're showing the world that this is not okay. And then the police forces decide arbitrarily to come into the crowd, shoot projectiles, and then run back inside. Okay, that's what's happening on the ground, if you really want to know. And people filming or people getting emotional and angry about people being dragged out of their homes or whatever, I'm sorry, if you don't feel angry about that, then I question if you're an actual human. Because no one who understands or appreciates the Constitution or the Bill of Rights or any of that stuff, no one who appreciates that can stand by and say, this is a great idea, because that's just arbitrary bullshit. And you can ignore the numbers all you want, but that just tells me that you're willing to support a pedophile and accept fake information. So again, that's a you problem. So anyway, I just want to dispel that. Like, nobody is calling for anyone to hurt anyone. People want this Gestapo force, and I'm sorry, that's what they fucking are. Read some history, morons. I want this Gestapo force off our streets. I do want to abolish ICE. I want to abolish the Department of Homeland Security. How about that? I'm gonna see your bet, and I'm gonna raise it. I'm going to say abolish DHS. How about them apples? How about abolish the CIA? Oh, let's go crazy. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay, go ahead, little man. Little man, little Vandrew, little man. They're coming for you, little man. You're little Vandrew, little man. You're coming on through, and they're coming for you. They're coming for you, little man Vandrew. They are coming for you. I don't know who they are, little man, but you should be very scared, little man. Little man Vandrew, they're coming for you. That's the new hit by the Zombies called Little Man. Little man Vandrew, they're coming for you.
Democrats, that the legal system that
Newsweek today
Oh,
says 40% of people
Thank you.
approve of
You don't
Trump's
need to
handling
read
of
the article to
immigration
us.
and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without
That
objection,
is a net
admitted.
drop
Now I
to
recognize the
negative
gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face.
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting
You
Prince
answered the
Andrew?
question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation. This is
Time
ridiculous.
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath.
He's right. He's
and
right.
This is all on
He's
videotape.
right.
You
He's
said
right.
there's no evidence of a crime.
He's
I'm
right.
showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump.
Ted, there's more.
And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
I just want to, that was amazing, first of all. God bless you, Ted Lieu. I have always loved you. I will always love you. Thank you for standing up for people and doing the job and then some. Now, what's also interesting, which I find so fascinating that nobody is talking about, is that if you search for Katie Johnson in the Epstein files from the DOJ themselves, there is a very detailed telling of her story. There are also, when you search, I believe it's Leon Black, you also get National Threat Operations Center accounts with similar stories to Katie Johnson's, filed separately at different times over the years that implicate directly Donald Trump. I'm sorry, those things are described within the files. I've seen them. I'm sure I can pull them. I have a bunch of bookmarks pulled, and I'm happy to do it. But I'm going to tell you right now, there is actual detailed information that would predicate an investigation into President Trump for rape against multiple children. I'm sorry. That is, there. Obviously the predication of the whatever. But if these aren't the predicate for an investigation at minimum, I don't know what is. Because these are very detailed. There's also multiple across time, across women, different people who were not connected to each other. So I'm sorry. The smoking gun is very smoky. If I'm, I don't watch much true crime or any kind of procedural dramas, but I'm going to tell you, this seems fairly at least worth asking some questions. And if she had any balls, she would say, I'm not going to discuss any, I don't know, but it just is, this is crazy. Thank you, Ted Lieu, for at least putting her on her heels, which that was the point. The putting her on her heels, she had to say, this is ridiculous. That's your answer? That's your only answer? That's your only answer? Give me a break. Oh, yeah, girl, you just gave all your cards. You just gave it up. That was the question you did not want to be asked. That was the question you did not want to be asked. I know. Grace Lisa, I am thinking about the survivors sitting behind her having to listen to their lives politicized and gamified and part of a bit. It must be very, I can't imagine the pain that they're experiencing right now. And I don't know, I hope that what they're finding is that their presence is adding strength to justice. And I hope that that's what they're feeling and they can hold on to rather than the re-traumatizing pain of this and having someone dismiss them so haughtily, she's very haughty when she's dismissing them. And she doesn't think she's dismissing, or she's acting like she doesn't think she's dismissing them, but she knows she's dismissing them. You know what I mean? She knows exactly what she's doing, but she's trying to pretend that she's doing the right thing and maybe just making a mistake. You know what I mean? I think she's playing a very, very subtle game. She's not a great actress, but she's really good at kind of dividing where she's going to be. So, anyway, we'll go back. But that was really extraordinary, Mr. Lieu. Thank you very much for that.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question,
But
Mr.
he doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his state.
She can't just
Madam
ad
Attorney
lib
General.
stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General
Madam
respond.
Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congress.
And I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction, but can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into practice, especially when it comes to making sure that people are just writing the software and don't control the user's funds we don't want them treated as an unlicensed money, or they're not money transmitters, so.
Yes, and we're doing everything we can to protect the American people on that, and I would refer everyone to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's memo, and we're working as hard as we can on that topic.
Because we want to lead the way in the space on that, so we'd appreciate the help. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back 10 seconds.
Gentleman yields back. We'll recognize the gentleman from Arizona for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of UCs.
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
Without objection.
Kamala Harris defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
Without objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
Without objection.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
Without objection.
New York judge allows Epstein victims' claims against Plaskett to proceed.
Without objection.
Hakeem Jeffrey solicited funding from Epstein in 2013 after financier was convicted child sex offender.
Without objection.
Jeffrey Epstein was invited to dim fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
Without objection.
An email from Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries fundraising. Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark?
Without objection.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of time the victims don't think anything's gonna come out of their reporting these crimes. Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims, some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm gonna ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand if you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back? Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem, it's not my problem, it's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct, AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward, though, to working with you on that and all
Madam,
cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office, and we want to work with them.
Does she have a snarl in the back of her head? It looks like her hair is snarled in the back of her head. I just need anyone to confirm my suspicion. It's bothering me.
Making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law, that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide, and if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So If any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's
like a
name
hair snarl.
was unredacted,
Yeah, she snarls
please
too.
bring it to us and we
Isn't it
will
called a
redact
snarl?
it.
Am I
We were
wrong?
given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our
Madam,
error rate is very low,
The
but there are
victims are
always
right
gonna be
behind you. We've got to
errors
convince
on
them
both sides.
that we're doing a
And
good
we're
job
doing everything
of
we can to help
protecting
the
them.
victims. We will
Thank
do
you,
everything
Mr.
we can.
Chair, I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, often called sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, I know that you are not involved directly in immigration operations per se, but you do deal with the legal issues surrounding these jurisdictions. So let's say we have someone who's here illegally, who has committed a crime that, like the thousands of people you mentioned in California, murderers, sexual predators, drug traffickers. If that individual is in detention in a jurisdiction that has a sanctuary policy where they do not honor ICE detainers versus in any other jurisdiction where they do, how does the nature of apprehending that person, how does the nature of ICE's involvement in that operation differ in those two circumstances?
Well, I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were not cooperating with us. I believe
I think everyone's cooperating with them. Can I just say that? I think everyone is cooperating. I really don't see what this drama is. I'm sorry. I watch the LAPD, so they're cooperating. Don't worry. Why are we worried? Even in a sanctuary city, the police and the ICE are still working together. Okay, they may not be skipping up to a front door together holding hands, but they're definitely working together. Either by the LAPD staying away from their operations or them LAPD coming in after the detention center gets hot and the sun goes down. That's when the LAPD come out. So I'm sorry, this is all a lie. And thankfully, I've wasted some time for that. Now you don't have to listen to everything that she says. Anyway, he's crazy. That guy's like a fucking nut job here in California. He's a MAGA nut job.
Can be released to Immigration
He's just
and
jealous
Customs Enforcement
that he's
for
not
prompt
actually that
removal.
popular.
Now, his words are one thing, his actions are another. But when you have jurisdictions across the country, including my state of California, doing systematically precisely the thing that even Alejandro Mayorkas said threatens public safety, what does that say to you?
It's a danger to the citizens of your community, and thank you for fighting to protect them.
Absolutely. And we're having this conversation right now in relation to Homeland Security funding. And I believe there are some common sense reforms that have been proposed that folks on both sides would agree make sense. But those reforms have to go hand in hand with reforming this reckless practice of refusing to cooperate, refusing to honor detainers, and declaring oneself to be a sanctuary. So I'm hoping that we can find bipartisan support for what has long been a bipartisan principle. I want to go to a second topic, which is the school board memo, which I know that you have rescinded. And it was initially promulgated by Attorney General Garland when he came into office with President Biden, essentially opening an investigation into parents who were showing up at school board meetings and expressing their views on COVID policies, masks, various other issues, and using the full apparatus of federal law enforcement and counterterrorism to go after these parents. Now, he said this was because there was an increase of threats, but when even his own FBI director, Christopher Wray, was before this committee, he said there was no evidence of an increase in threats. Yet nevertheless, when I asked him if he regretted the memo, Attorney General Garland said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo. Now, I take it you disagree with that, having now rescinded it?
Absolutely. That was one of the main focuses of President Trump and this administration. We will protect parents at school boards. We will protect children in schools. We will protect parents' rights for their children's education.
No, you won't. No, you
our
won't,
school
you stupid
system.
cunt. No, you're not. Oh, wait, I'm coming back. Hold on. Wait. There I am. Okay, anyway, no, you're not, you stupid cunt. You're not protecting parents' rights. You know why? Because you're just trying to get in the middle of parents, their children, and their doctors making gender-affirming care decisions on their own. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to rip those families apart. That's what you're trying to do. So give me a break about parental rights. And this bullshit memo on the school board, you want to know what that was? It was the astroturfing that was happening with operatives going into school board meetings, making a big ass stink and getting real motherfucking violent. Okay, I remember that. Getting violent at these school board meetings, getting violent in the parking lot. I mean, she might have been bonked. I don't know. Is she in a relationship? Anyway, my point is that's all a bullshit too. And the fact that this guy is so weak ass sauce that that's what he goes to, Jesus Christ, dude, come on, get a grip. It's 2026. You're stuck in 2022. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, mediocre man falls up. Yeah, or fails up. Yeah. Anyway, it's all a bunch of bullshit, but we kind of knew that. But I'm saying it for the chuds who are hate watching. All right.
It's called to investigate, prosecute, and dismantle groups. As you have heard, a fraud unit, and I'm sorry you're having to deal with that in your state, but the cavalry's coming. And we have Colin McDonald, who is hopefully will be confirmed soon. We're working on Minneapolis. I don't know if you were sitting here when I said that, but California was right up there. I'm sorry to say for both.
Bring it, bitch. Bring your little fraud monsters here. Oh, and by the way, I saw, what's his name? Nick Shirley, who is the thin Nick Sorter, who is the wannabe Cam Higbee. That one. Or maybe the love child of Cam Higbee. And anyway, Nick Fuentes. The point is that bring it to California, you stupid cunt. We're ready. We are ready. We are ready. Fuck you and your little fraud squad, you stupid cunt. You don't even know what you're walking into. You do not even know what the fuck you're walking into, you stupid bitch. California knows their shit. They know what's happening in their systems, and they know what's going down. And there's fraud everywhere, by the way. So welcome to modern life. And you should fight it, but you don't fight it based on who you hate. You don't go, oh, California hurt my feelings, so we're going to go get them because they're woke. Yeah, it ain't the way it works, sweetheart. Could you all imagine Kamala as the AG? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It would have been interesting. Yeah, she was the California AG. I didn't like her. I didn't like her when she was the AG. I didn't like, she was really perceived and probably well-deserved as pro-cop and pro-bullshit. So, no, I didn't like her when she was the AG. But anyway. Yeah, and Doggy didn't find the fraud. Yeah, so where's all the fraud that Doggy was supposed to find and convict? I have missed all those. Have I missed all those cases? Wait, did I miss all those cases where the federal government? Wait a minute. What happened to the fraud, waste, and abuse that was going to be, manhandled by this administration? I mean, what? I don't really get it. I don't know what she would do. I'm going to be honest with you. I have a feeling a lot of these people I just feel are like, go along to get along. And I just am really done with that. But, whatever. Nobody's asking me. Rocket Man appearing to testify. Who's Rocket Man? Elmo? Which one is he? Rick Scott? Oh, I don't know if he is. I guess. I don't know. Is he? Okay.
Both sides of the aisle. That California is right up there with fraud. It's out of control. But we are coming to your rescue. Donald Trump is coming to the rescue.
Well, thank you very much. And unfortunately, I think you'll find that what's happening in California pales in comparison to what's been going on in Minnesota.
I don't know.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Actually, I think the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I'm here. On September 25th, President Trump signed a memorandum known as NSPM 7, purporting to address domestic terrorism. But Americans across the political spectrum were immediately alarmed by the memo's blurring of the line between unlawful conduct and constitutionally protected speech and activity, as well as its call to investigate, prosecute, and dismantle groups that the president and Stephen Miller described without evidence as, quote, an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. Now, counterterrorism experts were further alarmed by the administration's singular focus on left-wing extremism, combined with the sudden deletion from the DOJ website of decades of research and law enforcement analysis, which had concluded that right-wing extremism poses the greatest terrorism threat to Americans. The president's memo broadly and vaguely links violent conduct to ideologies, and it targeted specifically anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist beliefs, as well as, quote, hostility to so-called traditional American views on family, religion, and morality, end quote. President Trump has repeatedly and openly, however falsely, tried to brand his political opponents with these sentiments listed in his memo. But as you know, as a lawyer, holding beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom, and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new presidential directive was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller a list of groups or entities whose members are engaged in acts that meet the definition of domestic terrorism. And then on December 4th, you directed the FBI to work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts by January 3rd, 2026, and to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you, that's a yes or no question. Did you prepare the list?
I'm not going to answer it yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about that.
I'm reclaiming my time. I asked you whether you
an
prepared
Antifa member
a
was
list.
arrested in Minneapolis
I'm
federal court
reclaiming
for
my
cyber
time.
stalking.
Did you
they
have
ask a question
list?
and don't want an answer.
The answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Gentlelady can proceed.
Okay. So will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the US government designates an entity as a foreign terrorist organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity, because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have every right to have answered. But if you were prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted. Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this administration as well.
And you're right.
I yield back.
That's why we're so glad they rescinded the
That's
memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5
May I
minutes.
respond very briefly to her statement?
Well, I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on
Next.
one of our members' time.
I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked.
Politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
I
go
want you to
on
watch the
matter.
video.
Mr. Chairman,
who are implicated. How do we know? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time back?
Mr.
Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from
All
Kentucky.
right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So
Yes.
I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman,
Because
may I give my answer
question.
on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700, and we invited you in. This
Show
guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician. You need to get on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the way
This
you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to
most
know at
transparent-
what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
She didn't answer the question.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering.
The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right, this is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn. But he wants $10 billion. Now, but I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to
TV2.
settle
Thanks for
that $10
hanging
billion
out.
case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you
Okay,
don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
With
And the rules,
obsessed with Donald Trump. You
No.
have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman,
Chase
I'd like my time
Mulligan will be
restored. I'd like my
sentenced
time
next week
restored.
in your district. In your district, and
stop
you
the
don't
clock.
even know about it, about keeping children
Time belongs
safe
to
from
the
online
gentleman.
predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this. Because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it. And if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district. And by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule at this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
Mr. Chairman, she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing
Shame
you.
on you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety impact, how that would affect safety in Virginia to withdraw that support and what that would do to criminal activity involving illegal immigrants in Virginia?
Yes, it would be detrimental. And as you know, Congressman, one of the top members of MS-13 in the entire country was living in Virginia, in a suburb, among all.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, here's what we're going to do. I have some things I can read to you while they are gone. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. She's got to go up her adrenochrome. Go up her adrenochrome. Wow, I don't know. I don't know what to say. If you support that, if you voted for that, you're weird. I don't know what else to tell you. You just want to protect pedophiles as much as you possibly can, even when the pictures are right in front of your fucking face. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, they'll be back. They're just taking a break. It's not adjourned. They're just in recess. But what I would like to do is read to you. I want to read to you, if I might. All right, this is from the New York Times. This is from yesterday. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Now I'm hide away. Sorry, I didn't really start that off very well. Okay. All right, let me read this to you. Yes, I'm gonna read to my friends. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. She's taking a Xanax, right? Exactly. Okay, grand jury rebuffs. Speaking of the Justice Department, a grand jury rebuffs Justice Department attempt to indict 6 Democrats in Congress. Oops. The rejection was a remarkable rebuke, among remarkable rebukes that they've received of late, I might add, suggesting that ordinary citizens did not believe that the lawmakers had committed any crimes. That's right. There's Mark Kelly. Yep, that's right, girls. Federal prosecutors in Washington sought and failed on Tuesday to secure an indictment against 6 Democratic lawmakers who posted a video this fall that enraged President Trump by reminding active duty members of the military and intelligence community that they were obligated to refuse illegal orders, 4 people familiar with the matter said. Oh boy, it was remarkable that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, led by Jeanine Pirro. Wait a minute. Did you say Jeanine Pirro? Well, hold on just a minute, because I have just the perfect picture for that. Wait a minute. It's coming any minute now. Where the fuck is she? Okay, well there. Oh, that's just the wine box. I'm sorry. That's wrong. Ignore that. Where is that bitch? Where is she? Get over here, Jeanine. Come over here. This is about you and your failure. Come on here, girly. Where are ya? Where are ya, little one? Little chickie boom boom. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? God damn. There's too many idiots in my idiot file. I'm not kidding. That's what I call it, an idiot file. Okay. So here we go. All right. We're judging you right now. It was remarkable that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, led by Jeanine Pirro, a longtime ally of Dump, and whose ex-husband was pardoned for doing some really horrible crimes last time he was in power, authorized prosecutors to go into a grand jury and ask for an indictment of those 6 members of Congress, all of whom had served in the military or the nation's spy agencies. But it was even more remarkable that a group of ordinary citizens sitting on that grand jury in the federal district court in Washington, what the hell, forcefully rejected Mr. Dump's bid to label their expression of dissent as a criminal act warranting prosecution. The move to charge the lawmakers, I'll turn her off because she's distracting and she's blocking chat. The move to charge the lawmakers, among them Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, Senator Elisa Slotkin of Michigan, was by any measure an extraordinary attempt by Trump appointees to politicize the criminal justice system. Oh my God, there's that weaponization again. Even for a Justice Department that has repeatedly shattered norms of independence from the White House and followed Dump's directives to prosecute his adversaries and apparently ignore all the actual rapists. But manipulating bureaucratic levers is not the same thing as controlling the entire criminal justice system. Before Mr. Dump's second term, it had been exceedingly rare for grand jurors to rebuff requests by prosecutors seeking indictments. It is now happening with increased frequency. Oops, sorry. Oh, sorry. Terrible noise. It is now happening with increased frequency as Mr. Dump's appointees push ahead with questionable cases in an effort to appease him. Now, is that how you want your federal government to work? I ask you. I don't. I don't think you do either. On Tuesday, prosecutors presenting the case sought to persuade the grand jurors that the lawmakers had violated a statute that forbids interfering with the loyalty, morale, or discipline of the U.S. Armed Forces, according to one of the people familiar with the matter. They sought to bring charges against Mr. Kelly, Ms. Slotkin, and their 4 colleagues in the House, Jason Crow, a former Army Ranger, Maggie Goodlander, a former Navy reservist, Chrissy Houlihan, former Air Force officer, and Chris DeLuzio, a Navy veteran. The Justice Department declined to comment. Ms. Slotkin welcomed the outcome. No matter what President Dump and Weinbag Pirro continue to do with this case, tonight we can score one for the Constitution, our freedom of speech, and the rule of law, she said in a statement. Mr. Kelly denounced the administration's repeated efforts to target him and his colleagues. This is an outrageous abuse of power by Donald Dump and his lackeys, he said in a statement. Donald Dump wants every American to be too scared to speak out against him. The most patriotic thing any of us can do now is not back down. Time and again, the Justice Department under Mr. Dump has brought questionable criminal cases against foes of the president, among them James Comey, remember him, the former FBI director, and Letitia James, who we just talked about, New York's Attorney General, yet again, denied. Even though many of these cases have been weak, the department has apparently determined that it may be better to fail in court rather than push back against Mr. Dump's well-known desire for revenge. The president, emboldened by his success in bending the Justice Department and FBI to his will because he fucking stacked the deck with his own lawyers and lackeys, has intensified his effort to deploy the vast arsenal of federal law enforcement to pursue his political agenda and personal grievances. Yes, actually, Pirro can't even indict a ham sandwich. That is what the moral of this story is, kids. Exactly. Nor can Pamela Joe. Okay. She can't indict a ham sandwich. Okay. Here we go. Here's another one. The department recently opened investigations into Democratic officials in Minnesota who opposed his immigration crackdown and arrested the journalist Don Lemon over his presence at a church protest in Minneapolis. Last week, the FBI searched an elections office in Atlanta area based on debunked claims that the 2020 presidential election was stolen, depending on what tweet you read. In November, Ms. Pirro, a longtime approved ally, approved a criminal investigation into Jerome Powell. Oh my God, we all remember the Jerome Powell, the best tour of a construction site I've ever seen. That's right. Here it is. That's right. Oh, thanks, Dan. Oh, Dan, you snuck out. I'm sorry, I missed that. Thanks for coming, darling. Let's see. The case against. Oh, wait. What is it now? Oh shit! I kind of fucked up here. Wait. Did I miss some shit? Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Well, this is not the best written article. Okay, in November, Ms. Pirro, a long time, approved a criminal investigation into Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, who Mr. Dump has long sought to supplant. All right, thanks, Jerome. The case against the lawmakers was prompted by an online video organized by Ms. Slotkin, a former CIA analyst who served multiple tours in Iraq. It did not mention any specific order or military scenario, but it was released as Mr. Dump was authorizing strikes against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and considered deploying active duty military troops to American cities to quell protests. Well, check and check. The lawmakers took turns reading a statement in which they cautioned that the threats to the Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear, said Mr. Kelly, a Navy veteran and former astronaut. You can refuse illegal orders. Almost immediately, the video drew the ire of Mr. Dump, who demanded that the lawmakers be punished and even suggested that they should be executed. Girl got mad. Quote, wait.
Seditious behavior, punishable by death, Mr. Trump wrote on his social media website. He shared another person's post that said, "Hang them, George Washington Wood. Don't worry about the commas. We don't need him. Hang them, George Washington Wood. Wait, hang them, George Washington Wood. Hang them, George Washington Wood. Hang them, George Washington Wood."
Trying to figure out what the syntax of that sentence is. I'm just saying. Days later, the 6 lawmakers disclosed that the FBI had contacted the House and Senate sergeants at arms requesting interviews with them, indicating that a criminal investigation was underway. President Dump is using the FBI as a tool to intimidate and harass members of Congress, the 4 House members who took part in the video said in a joint statement. No amount of intimidation or harassment will ever stop us from doing our jobs and honoring our Constitution. Mr. Kelly is also facing a separate investigation by the Pentagon and Mr. Pig's Breath. Wait, where's he? I got one of him too. Hold on. Where is Pig's Breath? Come on. Where'd I put ya? Oh boy, where'd I put ya? Oh my God. Are you all the way at the bottom now, Pig's Breath? Oh shit, you are. Okay, sorry, dude. Oops. Where are you? Oh, whoops. Okay, wait. Let me get him on the screen. He's being a little shy today. Hold on, he's being a little shy. There we go. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. The really bad car accident and possibly reported person takes lab evidence with the sheet. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ice rammed them? Oh no. There's a video. Oh dear. Okay. Let me finish this and then we'll figure out where we go from here. Okay, this is almost over actually. In a social media post in November, Defense Secretary Pete Pigsbreath said that the video was, quote, despicable, reckless, and false. And he asserted that the lawmakers whom he disparaged as the seditious 6 were encouraging troops to ignore the orders of their commanders. Well, only if they're illegal. Okay? Only if they're illegal. Their foolish screed sows doubt and confusion, which only puts our warriors in danger, Mr. Pigsbreath wrote. Yes. All right. Let me hold on and I will see if I can find anything on what's going on in is that in Minneapolis? Oh, Minnesota. Okay. All right. Thank you, Badger and Meowing. Hold on. Let me go to this. Shoot. Where is it? There. Where are you? Okay, there you are. All right. Okay. Whoops. Hold on. Let me just do that. And let me do this. This thing is still live, so we're just waiting for them to come back. But in the meantime, let me look for what is happening on the ground in Minnesota. Oh, come on. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? I don't have any live video that I can find. ICE. Hold on. Do you have something? I don't want to. St. Paul. Oh, right. St. Paul, Minneapolis. Okay, got you. Here we go. Here we go. All right, hold on. Let me see if this is something I can actually read or if it's a wall. Okay, it looks like I can read it. Okay, hold on. This is from, oh shit. This is from Bring Me the News, which I don't know. It looks like Minnesota news, so maybe some of our Minnesotans know the validity of this. Oh my Lord. Federal agents believed to be involved in crash outside St. Paul Cafe. At least one person was injured, taken to a hospital. This is 42 minutes ago. It says it's updated 6 minutes ago. Original was 40 minutes ago. Authorities are at the scene of a multi-vehicle crash reportedly involving federal immigration agents Wednesday morning at St. Paul's Cathedral Hill neighborhood. The crash has been reported outside Nina's Coffee Cafe at Western and Selby Avenues, with at least one of the vehicles involved believed to contain federal agents, according to early information provided to Bring Me the News, as dozens of federal agents and some St. Paul police officers responded to the scene around 10 a.m. Wednesday. That would be local time, Central Time. NPR News was able to confirm that 3 cars were damaged in the crash and at least one person was injured and transported to a hospital. That's a picture of the crash. One of the vehicles involved has Texas plates. ICE agents have commonly been seen with non-Minnesota plates on vehicles while conducting operations during the ongoing immigration crackdown. Agents were chasing someone at the time of the crash. The Minnesota Reformer reported in its newsletter Wednesday morning with video from the scene suggesting the injured party was the person being chased. Pictures shared with Bring Me the News by Andrew Carey show that one of the vehicles involved was a red sedan that sustained significant damage to its driver's side, while the other was a black minivan that suffered damage to its front driver's side, which is this picture here. And this is video of the ICE kidnapping victim under a sheet. You will also hear the officer say that he saw them moving. I'm inclined to believe the person was still alive. Not sure I want to show that, but I'll put this link in the chat and you can look at it. 2 nearby public schools initiated a secure protocol where when students were brought inside and doors are locked in response to the activity involving police and protesters. They've reached out for a comment. Okay, so that's that. Let me go to NPR News here. Hold on. Where was that little baby link? Where was that little baby link? There we go. There we go. All right, this is NPR Minnesota Public Radio. Multi-car crash Wednesday in St. Paul at the intersection of Western and Selby Avenues involves federal agents. Person was transported in an ambulance. Extent of their injuries and whether anyone else was hurt was not clear. 3 cars had damage from the crash outside Nina's Coffee Cafe. Dozens of federal agents were there. Okay, so this is home security investigations. This is the DHS police. In casual clothes, which I think should be illegal, by the way. Anyway, so that's that. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to check NPR's YouTube channel to see if they have anything happening. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know if Status Quo lets you restream them. I would imagine they do, but I'm not totally confident about that. Mercado is not live. Okay, hold on. NPR. They're not live right now. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's it for right now. Let me come back and just sit with y'all. They are not police. They call themselves police, but you know what? Shared Blue Skies post to the Discord. Oh, Meowing, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I said I was going to share that article, didn't I? Sorry. Hold on. Is this the one? Bring me the news. Yeah, that's the one I was going to share. Copy. And down. There's the link to the Bring Me the News story. Yeah. I've been reading that ICE is beginning to wear plainclothes and even keffiyehs to try and blend in before the geared ones come rushing in. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen the keffiyehs, but I've definitely seen like plain clothes, but with a vest. You know what I'm saying? And that alone is like, I'm going to call that out because I don't think that should be allowed. Sorry. If you're going to be the Gestapo, you put on the fucking uniform, bitch. Head to toe. Head to steel toe. That's right. You go head to steel toe, motherfucker. Let me see. I had a couple of other things to read. So let me kind of see if I can jump. Oh, yeah. I really wanted to read this. This is 2 days ago. I wonder if there's more. Let me just see if there's a more update on Tulsi Gabbard's whistleblower. There's so much fuckery about. I don't know where to turn my head next. Yeah. My head next. Where do I turn my head next? Oh, Daily Beast. I'm not going to pay for the Daily Beast. Okay? Go bunk yourself. Shitballs. Shitty balls. Wonder if I can. No, you can't even get around these. Fuck. Oh, wait. Maybe it's letting me read it? Could it be? Could it be? Yes, it could. Something's coming, something good. Daily Beast lets me read this article. Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo-Doo. Scooby-Doo. Okay. Before they take my access away, Tulsi Gabbard whistleblower hits her with ultimatum over secret complaint. This was today, updated 2 hours ago. Bitches. Breaking news. Hey guys, breaking news. Sorry. I'm just kidding. Lawyers for a whistleblower who's filed a complaint against Donald Trump's spy chief and chief toenail eater are threatening to sue if she doesn't move forward with disclosing the allegations it contains, which she's withheld for almost a year. Oops. Is this the wolf in charge of the hen house or whatever the fuck that is? Fox in charge of the hen house, whatever that is. The highly classified complaint is said to accuse Director of National Intelligence and Chief Toenail Eater Tulsi Gabbard of concealing a report about suspected foreign intelligence officials discussing a figure close to the president. Zoinks. Quote, our client, with legal counsel present, desires to meet directly with the intelligence committees to submit the complaint or information that is contained within their urgent concern complaint, attorneys Andrew Bakay, Mark Zaid, and nonprofit whistleblower aide wrote in a letter to Gabbard's office Wednesday. That's today. If you know, you know. Shared with the Daily Beast. All that is needed and that we await is the appropriate security guidance on how to do so, they added, setting a deadline of Friday. Please note that your failure to do so may lead to our pursuing litigation before the appropriate U.S. District Court to compel the DNI's compliance with the motherfucking law. End quote. Buckeye has accused Gabbard's office of trying to bury the whistleblower complaint for 8 months as it remains under lock and key in an actual motherfucking safe at the Office of the Intelligence Community's Inspector General, Tulsi's nephew. No, that's not true. It's not Tulsi's nephew. Last week, he sent a letter to Gabbard with an ultimatum to provide security guidance on how to brief Congress on the contents of the complaint, which is required for it to move forward. He threatened to go directly to the House and the Senate Intelligence Committees if no guidance was provided. That deadline was set for Friday, but Gabbard's office fired back on Monday with a warning that the whistleblower's legal team would risk possible prosecution if they disclosed classified information to Congress. You cannot make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. Literally, the spy chief who has a whistleblower complaint against her has hidden the complaint, refused to disclose it to anyone. How does that work? And now is saying if you disclose it to Congress, who has oversight over the Department of National Intel or the Director of National Intelligence, if you share it with the people who have oversight against us, we're going to sue you. And then whatever. What? Literally, y'all, there. The extortion is all in brazen public. Crazy. Guys, there's scary pictures of ICE-looking abductors to talk about. Wait, what? Are you serious? Or are you telling me? Every day. Yeah, every day. Last week, he sent a letter to Gabbard with an ultimatum to provide... Oh, yeah, that's right. I read that. I'm so sorry. The highly classified nature of the underlying complaint increases the risk that you or your client inadvertently or otherwise breaks the law by divulging or mishandling classified information. Oh, Lookner. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, guys, breaking news. Let me show you the carnage. Inadvertently breaks the law by divulging or mishandling classified information. You know, like our guy did. You don't want to do that. ODNI General Counsel Jack DeVere, I don't know, wrote, "You may have other means of appearing in front of Congress, but this is not it." What? What the fuck does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Buckeye, and I hope I'm saying his name right. I don't know how to... Buckeye has accused Gabbard of stonewalling on the complaint after the whistleblower asked that it be transmitted to Congress 8 months ago. ODNI has called those accusations baseless and not flavorful. The Wall Street Journal first reported the existence of the classified complaint and accusations against Gabbard on February 2nd. That same day, ODNI provided the Intelligence Community Inspector General with security guidance to transmit the complaint to Congress after months of delays. Wait a minute. That same day, the Office of Director of National Intelligence provided the Intelligence Community Inspector General with security guidance to transmit the complaint to Congress after months of delays on February 2nd. Okay. In his communication to the top officials on the Congressional Intelligence Committees on February 2nd, Inspector General Christopher Fox wrote that the complaint would be available for the so-called Gang of Eight to review, which are 8 particular senators, or are they both House and Senate, or are they just Senate? He noted that previous acting inspector general deemed one of the allegations in the complaint not credible and was unable to determine if the second allegation was credible. While the details of the complaint remain unclear, The Guardian reported on Saturday that the National Security Agency flagged a call between 2 foreign intelligence officials last spring discussing a person close to Donald Trump. Spring of 2025. What was happening then? The communication was brought to Gabbard's attention, but rather than allowing the NSA to distribute it further, she took it to White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. After meeting with Wiles, Gabbard allegedly told the NSA not to publish the intelligence report, but to send details directly to her office. The whistleblower contacted the Office of the Inspector General about Gabbard allegedly blocking the routine dispatch of classified intelligence last April and filed the formal complaint in May. Last week, a small group of top lawmakers were able to review the complaint. Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Josh Hawley Cotton said in a statement after reviewing it that he agreed with the Inspectors General. What? I don't think that's how you say it, but okay. That the complaint is not credible and that the Inspectors General, okay, well, we've switched it up. Okay, fine. And the DNI took the necessary steps to ensure that the material has handled and transmitted appropriately in accordance with law, whatever that is. But Ranking Member Mark Warner said that what he reviewed was overly redacted, making it hard to draw conclusions. What? How is a whistleblower report redacted? Wait a minute. Wait just a cotton picking minute. What? Are you telling me? What? He warned he had major concerns about the process and massive. Okay, well, Mark Warner, I'm going to need a little more, I need some more information. So yes, this is the whistleblower complaint again with Tulsi Gabbard hiding highly sensitive intelligence information from Congress. That's really the story here. The story here is that Tulsi Gabbard has been hiding information from Congress that involves the office of the president, and that rather than bring it to allow its release within the National Security Administration or whatever, which I guess is the protocol that normally one would follow. Instead of that, since it involved the president, Gabbard cleaned up her toenails lunch and ran over to the White House and talked to Susie fucking Wiles, who also has some very well documented connections to Russian intelligence, but that's another day. Anyways, yeah. So that's where we're at, folks. Dun 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 dun. Let's see. Oh, I have this one I really wanted to read. The Department of Homeland. I can't remember who gave us this one. Shit. Was this? I think this was someone in Discord put this in. Am I right about that? Hold on. Let me check in with chatterboxes. So Susie saw her criminal. Oh, yeah. But Susie is the criminal. And maybe the report was about Susie. I don't know. But this is bigger. This story is a lot bigger than is being portrayed in the media. So I hope we get some answers. I don't know. How do they get away with this stuff? I just don't even understand how they get away with it. I mean, I know they stack the deck, and that's really how they get away with it. But I really don't actually understand that. I don't want your motherfucking, I don't know how to switch myself out of those things. Okay, this is from Futurism. I know I got this from someone. Can't remember. Maybe it was Tina. The Department of Homeland Security is demanding that Google turn over information about random critics. It's either Tina or Teresa. Teresa, did you do this? Yeah. Did you? Maybe Tina did. Anyway. The U.S. government has found a frighteningly efficient way to keep tabs on citizens who criticize the government, just demand their personal data from Google. According to recent reporting from the Washington Post, a 67-year-old retiree sent a polite email to an attorney for the Department of Homeland Security urging mercy for an asylum seeker facing deportation to Afghanistan. The man, identified only as John, had read about the Afghani native's case and his fear that he would be persecuted should he ever return to his home country. Don't play Russian roulette with this man's life, John told DHS prosecutor Joseph Dernbach in the email. Err on the side of caution. There's a reason the U.S. government, along with many other governments, don't recognize the Taliban, apply principles of common sense and decency. 5 hours later, per WAPO, John received a response, not from Dernbach or the DHS, but but from Google. Google has received a legal process from a federal law enforcement authority compelling the release of information related to your Google account, it read. The email advised John that the legal process was an administrative subpoena issued by DHS. Soon, government agents would arrive at his home. The subpoena wasn't approved by any judge, and it didn't require probable cause. Google gave John just 7 days to challenge it in federal court. Not nearly enough time for someone without a crack team of lawyers on retainer. Even more maddeningly, neither Google nor DHS had sent him a copy of the subpoena itself, leaving John and his attorney in the dark. How do you challenge a subpoena you don't have a copy of? An attorney John consulted, Judy Bernstein Baker, told WAPO. As DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin, Nazi, I'm a Nazi, and I love him, told the newspaper in a statement that law grants the department broad administrative subpoenas authority, meaning legal demands from DHS officials don't need to pass independent review. What? That's a problem. There's no oversight ahead of time, and there's no ramifications for having abused administrative subpoenas after the fact. Jennifer Granick, an attorney for the American Civil Liberties Union, which is representing John pro bono, told WAPO. As we are increasingly in a world where unmasking critics is important to the administration, this type of legal process is ripe for that kind of abuse. When uniformed DHS agents did show up at John's front door weeks later, they grilled him for over 20 minutes, pointing to his mentions of Russian roulette and the Taliban as suspicious. In the end, the field grunts, who had been dispatched by an anonymous official in Washington, D.C., agreed John hadn't broken any laws. What? When John finally received a copy of the subpoena from Google 22 days after they issued their 7-day notice, it demanded his data going back weeks, timestamps for his online activity, every known IP and physical address, his credit card, driver's license, and social security numbers. It didn't take that much for people to make people look over their shoulder, to think twice before they speak again, Nathan Freed Wessler, another of John's ACLU attorneys, told WAPO. That's why these kind of subpoenas and other actions, the visits, are so pernicious. You don't have to lock somebody up to make them reticent, to make their voices heard. Our processes for handling law enforcement subpoenas are designed to protect users' privacy while meeting our legal obligations, a Google spokesperson told WAPO. We review all legal demands for legal validity, and we push back against those that are overbroad or improper, including objecting to some entirely. What? Credit where it's due, though. Google delayed handing over John's data long enough for the ACLU to challenge the subpoena on his behalf, though it didn't explain why. Of course, that meant DHS agents still tracked down his address some other way, part of a growing trend of federal agencies surveilling and harassing random people who haven't even been arrested, let alone convicted of a crime. Yikes. Yikes, Mikes. That's crazy town. That's crazy town. What did I get from Spiral Cow? What did I get from him? The toenails? No. What did I get? Petition to replace government official with coon. Oh, I got that from Spiral Cow. Yes, I did. Thank you. I love him so much. He's so smart. He's a smart guy. And he's a great musician, too. But, yeah, wow. Are we not coming back? These votes must be really, really important. Let me see. Can we see what the votes are? Are they voting on something, like, worthwhile? Let's see if anything else is interesting out here. Oh, is it? Oh, she's good. They're going to go at 11. What time is it? Oh, okay. They're not coming back till... Okay. Let's see. What do we... Oh, they're debating the SAVE Act. Okay, we're going to go into that. I'm sorry. I know that's kind of like... Drony. But rather than cut ourselves off, I'd rather... see what they're saying about the SAVE Act, which I made a post about last night, I think. Did I? I don't even know. Hold on. Let me keep an eye on that.
extortionate letter to Minnesota officials. She suggested violence by federal agents in the Twin Cities would only end if Minnesota just turned over sensitive voter data to the federal government, violating your privacy, demanding your information at the barrel of a Border Patrol rifle. The same data the Save America Act would force every state in this nation to surrender. This letter, the president's rhetoric, their push for Americans' personal voter data, none of this can be divorced from the legislative push we see here today. And we all know why. The Save America Act is part of a comprehensive Republican strategy to cement power this year. Speaker Johnson wants to make it harder for Americans to vote, easier for Washington Republicans to control how elections are run. But let us not forget that elections in this country are administered by clerks, by secretaries of state, and by commissions and bipartisan boards chosen by citizens in every single community in America. They are not run out of the Oval Office. They are not dictated to by partisan interests. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the Save America Act. I implore them to reject efforts that would centralize control in the hands of Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, or Kristi Noem, or over how Americans vote, over who is allowed to vote. And most of all, I urge this chamber to reaffirm its commitment to the fundamental democratic principles that all eligible citizens should have the opportunity to participate in free, fair, and secure elections without unnecessary burdens and without partisan interference. I strongly urge defeat of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, leader on this legislation, a member of the Committee on House Administration, Ms. Miller, to speak for 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Save America Act ensures that only American citizens vote in American elections. This should be the easiest yes vote this year. The American people want the Save America Act. 83% of adults support requiring a photo ID to vote, as do 73% of Democrat voters. But Democrat politicians standing here today oppose it, just as they have opposed every election integrity measure. Democrats cannot win on their ideas because their agenda has made life harder for American families. The Democrat Party knows that cheating is their only path to victory. Their goal is to replace the votes of American citizens with those of illegal aliens. House Republicans are standing up for the American people here today. Congress has a responsibility to protect the integrity of our elections. The Save America Act upholds that duty. I urge my colleagues to listen to the American people and vote yes. America is watching, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask Ms. Miller, do 80% of Americans want the Department of Homeland Security and ICE to have your personal, private information and data? I think not. With that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Alabama and a member of the House Administration Committee, my friend Ms. Sewell.
The gentlelady from Alabama is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to Trump's voter suppression bill. In recent months, President Trump's attempt to interfere in the midterm elections have become more brazen and alarming day by day. We've seen state legislators redraw maps to benefit Republicans. We've seen the FBI raid an election office and seize ballots in Georgia. And most recently, President Trump threatened a federal takeover of our election in clear violation of the Constitution. This week, Trump's efforts to rig the elections have made their way to Congress, where Republicans are pushing this piece of legislation, which will block millions of voters from casting their ballots. Let us be clear, this is not a voter ID bill. It is a voter suppression bill, plain and simple. This bill is so extreme that even driver's license would be insufficient to register to vote. Instead, Americans will be required to present their birth certificate or their passport. The reality is that half of Americans do not have a passport. And get this, this bill also requires states to turn over personal identifiable information to the Department of Homeland Security, the same department whose rogue agents are responsible for the deaths of 2 American citizens in Minnesota. Here's the truth. Under this bill, tens of millions of eligible Americans will be blocked from casting their ballot. It's simply unacceptable and un-American. The ability of voters to choose their leaders is foundational to our freedom. It is a freedom that generations of Americans have fought, bled, marched for, many in my hometown of Selma, Alabama. We know that it is so important that we safeguard these important truths. Our freedom is under assault. Make no mistake, Republicans know that their policies are failing, that prices are going up, that jobs are going away, that health care is being slashed, and that American people are struggling to make ends meet. Republicans know that they cannot win on the merits, so rather than change their policies, they're seeking to change the rules. John Lewis was not bludgeoned on a bridge in my hometown for the Republicans and Donald Trump to take these freedoms away from us. This is a blatant power grab, and Democrats will not stand for it. Vote no on this disastrous legislation.
We are back with Pamela Joe. We are back with Pamela Joe. Miss Sewell is amazing. She's from Alabama. No, Miss Sewell is absolutely one of the best Congress people. This is why I reject anyone who says, there's no good Democrats. Well, that's because you don't watch Democrats. If you watch Democrats like I watch Democrats, you'll see there are good Democrats. Are they empowered to do what they need to do? Not all the time. Could they do better? Absolutely. That's not what this is about. It's not a zero-sum game. I take people who are passionate, articulate, and aggressive about this, and thank them every day, all day long. And Miss Sewell is near the top of that list. Do we need to do more? Yes. Let's all figure it out. I agree. Yes, and.
I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions.
Love Jonah Goose.
Hey, you guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo. You can't see it because you're chasing your pension, right? Your pension, your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get their pension because it's going to be worthless. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Yeah. Fuck that. Yeah.
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of Justice.
He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers? Right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling, "Kill him," at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the Public Integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like
Mr. Chairman, will you explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked
work?
me a question, but you don't
How
want
many
the
people
answer.
work
I'm
for
not
the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Mr. Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
no one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So,
your district.
In any event,
who
I would
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Goose.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to answer
what
some
is
of your
fun-
questions.
What's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about PIN. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President. So, Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil remain essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4 lawsuits. We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations. The city of Boulder, Colorado has also filed such a lawsuit, despite refusing my challenge that they actually forego the use of fossil fuels if they disagree with them so much. Does the Department of Justice agree that these novel approaches require a federal response, and will the department pursue such an approach?
Yes, Congresswoman, and we'd be happy to talk to you more about that.
Wonderful,
Yes.
thank you. Multiple climate lawsuits Multiple climate lawsuits are now advancing toward trial, even in states that rely on those energy forms to provide heat and electricity for their citizens. In fact, in any community, they all rely upon fossil fuels in some fashion. Is the department actively considering intervention to protect federal supremacy over interstate emissions and energy policy?
Yes, would be happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And clearly this is an area in which Congress has a role to play. To that end, I'm working with my colleagues in both the House and Senate to craft legislation tackling both these state laws and the lawsuits that could destroy energy affordability for consumers. To that end, are there any authorities or tools that DOJ and the administration don't currently have at their disposal that would be helpful in that effort that Congress could adopt?
Well, we work with multiple agencies throughout the administration, but I'd be happy to talk to you about that more.
Wonderful,
Yes.
thank you. I appreciate your effort in this regard.
And may I have 20
Please.
seconds of your time
Please.
before to address something?
Yes.
Thank you. Your colleague, Senator Neguse, didn't want to talk about crypto because he said I was a disgrace talking about crypto because he didn't want to talk about the tremendous crime in his jurisdiction. He voted no on preventing violence against women by illegal aliens. Yet, on June 1st, 2025, Mohammed Solomon attacked members of the group Run for Their Lives in Boulder, Colorado, where an 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her body and eventually died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The time the gentlelady has expired, the gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life. Attorneys from your office, under your management, worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences, I have seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that, and I'm so very sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And
Okay.
also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Petty's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son Alex at least 10 times. The administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and will you protect their names like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name?
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that.
Sorry.
But will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying, is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
that
that's
is
not
incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that
the
is not
American
accurate.
people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you.
I
I
told
will
you we
always
were
stand up for
investigating.
survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
Time of the
For
gentlelady.
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative resources is simply unacceptable.
Has expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement, and I wonder if you could repeat them, because I think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to actually speak over the Republican at this point in time, because I don't care what he wants to give Ms. Bondi the opportunity to lie about and cut people who have been hurting. I want to talk about the fact that there is ample evidence in the release of the files to start investigations on multiple men, including Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Leon Black, Jess Staley, who's the other one that I'm forgetting all of a sudden? Oh, Les Wexner, Paul Attia, or whatever the fuck his name is, Bill Gates, Steve Bannon. There is ample evidence. Ian, someone from the UK that introduced Peter fucking Thiel. I want to know what he was involved in. I want to know what the founder of 4chan was doing with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know that. I want to know what Mike Flynn was doing with Jeffrey Epstein, because he's in there. I want to know all of that. And that, to me, just as a layperson looking at the files, says, wow, those are some pretty wild allegations on some of those dudes. And there's a lot of questions between what Steve Bannon is working on with Jeffrey Epstein and why is he meeting with Churkin? Why are they meeting with the ambassador to the United States from Russia? Why is that all involved too? What are the connections between the Russian intelligence agencies and the Kremlin Epstein, Bannon et al. What about Mandelson? What does he have to say? Okay, so sorry, Pammy Joe. You can talk about the horrific attack on Jewish survivors in Colorado, which was investigated, adjudicated, and all of the things. And not once did Joe Neguse ever say anything like that person was right to hurt those people. So stop it. Stop it with your fake outrage that Joe Neguse is pro-crime, because it doesn't actually bear out in actual facts. Now I know facts are problematic for this cunt, because she's got one job, and it's to protect the rapist. And she's doing a really good job of not just protecting that rapist, but she's protecting all kinds of other rapists too, by the way. It's not just this one guy. Okay? I want them all. I want Leon Black. I want Les Wexner. I want Jamie Dimon. I don't know what the fuck he was involved in, but he knew about it. And he's in those files too, motherfucker. I want to know what Nutlicker knows. I want to know why Nutlick exchanged information about his nanny with Jeffrey Epstein. And it wasn't about arranging things. No, it was about the actual nanny and her resume. Okay? Stop closing your eyes to the crime right in front of you. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop letting men victimize children. You claim to be so fucking save the children, and yet you will turn a blind eye immediately to the highest levels of this child sex trafficking cabal. Because guess what? There was one. You just had the wrong people. You thought that there would be a place for this to kind of fuck it, man. I just can't. I can't with this. You've got actual fucking criminals. Oh my god, this fucking YouTube thing. I don't know what the motherfuck. All right.
Washington, D.C., right here to do everything we can, working hand in hand with the mayor, with Metro PD, to keep everyone safe in D.C., and it's been a tremendous effort. And now we're in Memphis, working with the mayor in Memphis, as we talked about earlier, doing everything we can. These are iconic cities in our country, and we want to help every city in this country who wants and asks for President Trump's help to make America safe again.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair, I have, you see.
let the record show that Democrat was applauding the Attorney General's answer there. Unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled "Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening Lies About His Life." I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled "J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading ICE Assassin Claim." One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled "FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns."
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges: puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was
and
not
I'm reclaiming my
transferred to a
time.
lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to
And I'm
understand
glad
here.
that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
But
we're
I
not
want you
agreeing,
to
we move
know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a
questions.
subway.
Right, and I absolutely—
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with
with
you,
her.
but you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about her
murdered
all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but
offender
I am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You are
That's what you're getting paid for.
obsessed with attack.
Time belongs to
So
the
I
gentleman.
want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
It's embarrassing.
have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days." The answer is simple. It was not possible, from the Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of...
Hi, I have something else to read to you. It's going to take me a minute to find it, so let me talk to you while I'm doing it. But please, just be patient, because I'm done. I'm done listening to bullshit, kind of bullshit. All right, hold on. Hold the Ani. Hold on to your love. You got to hold on. Hold on to your love. You've got to hold on, and don't let go. Let me see. It would be near the beginning. God, you hear the birdies? I hope you hear the birdies. They're so cute. They're so cute. They're so cute. Oh, what the fuck did I do? I'm in the wrong place. I was in the right place, but it was the wrong time. I was in the right place, but it must have been the wrong time. God bless America. Well, good news is it's the longest 5 minutes in your life. Da da do 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 do. Ba da 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 da. La la. All right, let me see here. Oh, well, this is what I should do, dummy. You're such a dummy. You're 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 a dumb, dumb, dumb. You're a dummy. Whoops, this is not the one. You're a dummy. You're a dummy. You're a dumb. You're a dummy. You're a dumb. You're a dummy. You're a dummy. You're a dumb. Yeah, here we go. It's not on that page. It's on another page. La la. One of these days, I'll find it. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry this has taken me so long. Do 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 do. I'm very sorry this has taken so very long. Did they take this document out of it? Because I thought it was the beginning of it. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Nope, that's not it. Very odd. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Uncle Albert. I'm so sorry, but we haven't caught a thing all day. Oh, shitballs. No, 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 no. I think they... Okay, never mind. I'm gonna figure it out. Hold on just a minute. Wow, this is like so not... Damn it. There's so much crap in these files. Like, it's totally impossible to... And a lot of them are dupes and shit. It's just really fucking... Why is... Okay. I'm going to keep it 100 with you guys right now. I looked on this early on and looked for the Katie Johnson complaint. Let me see if this is it. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess this is weird because this is not the document that I thought was there, but this is the only thing that's there. Hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. All right. Hold on, because this is tiny. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. We're so sorry. We haven't done a thing all day. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. When I search Katie Johnson in the files, I get this. Now, this is not what I saw before, but it has some of the same information. It's interesting to me that the document that I saw, it doesn't seem to be in the list, but that's okay. I'll go back. I'm sure I'm just missing it. But let me tell you, hold on, let me see. I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee. Hold on, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody really good. Well, you know what? We're going to go ahead and just, I'm going to go ahead and stop this because I want to read this to you, and I really apologize. But this is so this is global research. These are reports. Katie Johnson v. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Trump child rape claim for $100 million denied by Trump attorney. So let's see. Theme, Law and Justice, Supported News, July 2016. Global Research, July 7th, 2016, in-depth report on U.S. elections. The allegations are not only categorically false, but disgusting at the highest level and clearly framed to solicit media attention, or more likely are politically motivated. To be clear, there is absolutely no merit to these claims, and based on the investigation, on our investigation, no evidence that the person who has made these allegations actually exist. Alan Garten, corporate attorney for Donald Trump, April 26, 2016. The federal lawsuit titled Katie Johnson v. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein accuses Trump and Epstein of rape and other sexual assaults during the summer of 1994 when plaintiff was 13 years old. Attorney Garten derived the accusations and decried, the accusations and cast doubt on the existence of the plaintiff. This is a wildly similar case to what Michael Cohen claims is a case that he was asked to investigate, and the girl didn't exist. He claims, but it lined up with timing and circumstances of this very real Katie Johnson case, which she very much does exist. And she very much was pressured by Alan Garten to drop the case. And that's what happened, actually. It was never, ever investigated. Attorney Garten's denial of rape claims against Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein dates from April 2016 when the case was filed by a Katie Johnson, a pseudonym. It was a pseudonym on April 26 in U.S. District Court in Riverside, California, home of the plaintiff. The case, apparently filed pro se by the plaintiff acting without a lawyer, sought $100 million in damages from defendants for, among other things, violating her civil rights and by making her their sex slave. The case appears to have been the first reported online by dailymail.com, which included Garten's denial as well as a sampling of the lurid details of the allegations. Blah, 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 Radar Online, winning Democrats, blah, 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 blah. You can read the complaint, and that's what I'm going to find. That's what seems to be, like, quote unquote, missing at the moment is the actual complaint, because it's in there. The case appears to have been on May 2nd, citing the civil rights basis of the suit, the judge wrote, even construing the pleading liberally, plaintiff has not alleged any race-based or class-based animus against her, and consequently, her allegations fail to state a claim upon which relief may be granted. What? What? The dismissal received even less coverage than the filing. Radar Online reported Judge trashes bogus Donald Trump rape lawsuit, even though the judge had ruled only on the terms of the filing, not on any of the substance of the case. It's because she did it pro se, like without a lawyer. Oh my God. Let me see if it goes into, because I really, complaint for, let's see. The complaint outlines central issues in the case succinctly. Plaintiff was subject to acts of rape, sexual misconduct, criminal sexual acts, sexual abuse, forcible touching, assault, battery, intentional and reckless infliction of emotional distress, duress, false imprisonment, and threats of death and or serious bodily injury by the defendants, plural, that took place at several parties during the summer months of 1994. The parties were held by the defendant Epstein at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Epstein at 9 East 71st Street, which is his place. During this period, plaintiff was a minor of age 13. According to the complaint, plaintiff Jane Doe came to New York in the spring of 1994 in hope of starting a modeling career. Professionally unprepared, she had little success and was headed home when she met Tiffany Doe, another pseudonym, who worked for Epstein from 1990 to 2000, recruiting young women to attend his parties and entertain his guests. Tiffany Doe, age 26 in 1994, promised Jane Doe that she would be paid to attend these parties at which she would meet people who could help her start her modeling career. Jane Doe attended at least 4 Epstein parties at which she interacted with both Trump and Epstein sexually, as described graphically in the complaint in attached affidavits of the 2 women. Tiffany Doe, in her affidavit, said she was a witness to the events described by Jane Doe. To compensate for this treatment, Jane Doe seeks unspecified special damages, blah, 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 blah. The complaint makes several other requests of the court that have not been blah, 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 blah. So I just want to tell you, and I have read the Katie Johnson complaint. It is very graphic and very painful. And I'm actually glad that I just found like the synopsis of it. But I just never let them deny that who they're protecting is a pedophile. A pedophile. A pedophile. A pedophile. La, 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 la. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so let me go ahead and go back because the Democrat's up. But yeah, he's in the files. There's enough in the files that you would open an investigation. Stop it. And if it were Biden, oh my God. Stop the press. But guess who's not in the files? Joe Biden. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. I don't make the rules. Oops.
Weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes. And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a 2-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected, and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay,
instead
I'm
of a Border
reclaiming my
Patrol
time.
agent
I'm asking
murdered.
you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I can
ties mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean? Can
I
you
think
define
Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been
Time
exposed
belongs to the
in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace, and that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so
He
I'm
was
going to
shocked,
conclude
and
that
she
the president, in
never
fact,
mentioned
did
him
know about his
in
ties
her
because he
district.
was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic.
beautiful
This is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will
Chair.
be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people
minutes.
have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds?
And I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how.
We're doing everything in our power, obviously.
And clemency to convicted fraudsters.
Sorry.
January
Go
20,
fuck
2026,
yourself.
NBC. Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025. Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024, Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand
Whoa,
why
I thought
finally, May 30th, 2024.
Criminal illegal alien released into the street. I think that the thing that maybe the American people don't quite understand.
Criminal aliens out of this country. We're going to get the gangs out, TDA, MS-13, all of the gangs in this country. We're going to get the drug dealers out and the drugs, and that's what we've been fighting to do. Criminals in their own I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was
Weak sauce.
And
Weak sauce.
also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
from the
is
river-
Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Oh,
Do you want to go there, Attorney General?
belongs
Or
to
do
the
you want to go there? Are
Time
you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who
Lady
lost
will-
her grandfather in the Holocaust?
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds back, you know?
Yeah,
since
I've been.
Ballant took
I think
30
the
of
whole
mine.
committee knows I've been very
All right,
generous
thank
in
you.
making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes. And
by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against the cause.
On undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than U.S.-born citizens. I'd like to enter this in the record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, January 26, 2026, why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 20, 2026, NBC, Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025, Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024, Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand why you're hiding from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda, and I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian law of 1798, which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right, that they're not running for...
Yeah, let's hear the opposition research. That's literally what she's doing. That's her little binder, little tiny beady eyes looking down at her little baby binder Stephen Miller prepared for her.
Or he's not running for office again because, well, Epstein, they didn't say a word under the Biden administration.
Oh, wow.
Nothing.
And I want to make one other point, and then another.
Oh, no, they did say a word. They fucking supported the indictment of Ghislaine Maxwell, you stupid fucking cunt. Let me just read this to you. While Chip Roy is talking, I'm going to read the actual complaint from Katie Johnson. I found it. The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, alleges that the defendants, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, did willfully and with extreme malice violate her civil rights under 18 U.S. Code 2341 by sexually and physically abusing plaintiff Johnson, by forcing her to engage in various perverted and depraved sex acts, by threatening physical harm to plaintiff Johnson and also her family. The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, alleges that the defendants, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, also did willfully and with extreme malice violate her civil rights under 42 U.S. Code by conspiring to deny plaintiff Johnson her civil rights by making her their sex slave. The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, alleges that she was subject to extreme sexual and physical abuse by the defendants, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, including forcible rape during a 4-month time span covering the months of June to September 1994, when plaintiff Johnson was still only a minor of age 13. No, listen up, chuds. You're going to want to hear this. The plaintiff, Katie Johnson, alleges she was enticed by promises of money and a modeling career to attend a series of underage sex parties held at the New York City residence of defendant Jeffrey Epstein and attended by defendant Donald Trump. On the first occasion involving the defendant Donald Trump, the plaintiff, Katie Johnson, was forced to manually stimulate defendant Trump with the use of her hand upon defendant Trump's erect penis until he reached sexual orgasm. On the second occasion involving the defendants Donald Trump, the plaintiff, Katie Johnson, was forced to orally copulate defendant Trump by placing her mouth upon defendant Trump's erect penis until he reached sexual orgasm. On the third occasion involving the defendant Donald J. Trump, the plaintiff, Katie Johnson, was forced to engage in an unnatural lesbian sex act with her fellow minor and sex slave Maria Doe, age 12, for the sexual enjoyment of defendant Trump. After this sex act, both minors were forced to orally copulate defendant Trump by placing their mouths simultaneously on his erect penis until he achieved sexual orgasm. After zipping his pants, defendant Trump physically pushed both minors away while angrily berating them for the, quote, poor quality of their sexual performance. On the fourth and final sexual encounter with the defendant Donald Trump, the plaintiff, Katie Johnson, was tied to a bed by defendant Trump, who then proceeded to forcibly rape plaintiff Johnson. During the course of this savage sexual attack, plaintiff Johnson loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to, quote, please wear a condom. Defendant Trump responded by violently striking plaintiff Johnson in the face with an open hand and screaming that, quote, he would do whatever he wanted, as he refused to wear protection. After achieving sexual orgasm, the defendant, Donald Trump, put his suit back on, and when the plaintiff, Katie Johnson, in tears, asked defendant Trump what would happen if he had impregnated her, defendant Trump grabbed his wallet and threw some money and screamed that she should use the money, quote, to get a fucking abortion. That's your guy. That's your guy. That's what you're protecting. And this is, this is a court. I'm reading from a court document, from a filing. And then she was forced to drop the suit. It wasn't investigated. It wasn't investigated. It wasn't investigated. Alan Garten, President Trump's lawyer, made it go away. That's how it happened. That's what happened. Trump's lawyers made it go away. They forced Katie Johnson to drop the suit. And it was hidden, just like Alex Acosta hid that Epstein was, accountable for the crimes through his sweetheart deals and his deferred prosecutions. And and by the way, what about the banks that helped finance this entire boondoggle? And yes, we have evidence that the banks were corrupt, but somehow the banks got some kind of deferred agreement where they don't get prosecuted. And a bunch of other people got agreements where they don't get prosecuted. So guess what, people? Nobody's getting prosecuted for the rape of these children. And you can no longer turn away and say, but what about this and what about that? The whataboutism is falling flat unless you pay attention to this. And I'm sorry I had to read that, but I'm sick to fucking death that we're having these dances when there is actual crimes that have occurred that were never properly investigated against the President of the United States, and more than likely will find members of his cabinet. I think Howard Nuttlicker has a lot of explaining to do, but you know what? We'll get there. And it's not about Trump, but it's about accountability. And if you want accountability, then what the fuck? Someone should have asked her why she didn't bring charges against Epstein. I think I don't think there was there a reason to open up I don't know. When was she an AG for Florida, Teresa? Anyway, I'm so sorry, but I can't handle it anymore. I can't handle the lies and just the complete disregard for thousands of victims of this fucking cabal. All right. You got it. You got your cabal. It's just that your guy is the head of it.
Objection. The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ISIS secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjory Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing.
Oh, she definitely could have done something about it.
scope,
Oh my
a
God,
silencer,
yeah.
3,000
2011 to 2019.
of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto.
There's the
My name
complaint
was
I
the
just
only
read
name on
from
target
in the
list, and
chat.
My kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part one of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress. Every member of the House except one and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed, though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book, which is the best one. What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country. That has been based on a poorly done study, always there. Now, you are not in charge of ICE, but you're in charge of several other agencies.
He's wrong.
Have you ever
Grothman
heard of anything
needs
like
to have
what's going
this
on?
bitch needs to have his hard drive checked. Okay, he's not popular enough to even be in the Epstein files. Okay, that's how bad it is. But he's still a fucking creeper, and you can't convince me otherwise. And I don't know what's going on with that suit, but some preacher, yeah, he heard you. How would he know that? I'm going to tell you right now. Like this guy is a creeper, and I would bet good money that his hard drive is problematic, and that's all. And the hair, yeah, never mind all that. But that frickin' suit, like there's a dead Pentecostal minister somewhere that has been stripped naked. So check Minnesota. This guy's Minnesota, right? Or is he Wisconsin? I can't remember. I think he's Minnesota. Grothman, he's a dick. Oh my God, he's a dick.
In Minnesota,
He's such a
where
dick. Oh, he's in
the,
Minnesota.
Yeah,
I don't
the
like him.
governor
Can you tell?
or the local mayor refuses to give assistance to federal law enforcement.
I have in Portland and some other cities.
Government terminated, but could you elaborate on those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are out of time, but may I answer, Chairman?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. The Biden administration weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act
Oh no, I've been muted that whole time. I don't want to play. I don't want to play. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. Oh my God. All right, never mind. No, I need to just go away for a minute. I'll see you later. I'll be back in a second.
Review. Under Deputy Attorney General Blanche's supervision, a comprehensive review was led, and the department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those two documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted, and it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr. Goldman.
Even
though you used your improper redactions,
you'll like my answer.
To
if we
continue
review them
to
and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs to the
we
member.
will be happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. 1 is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week...
How will you tell me that's intentional?
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche...
You can't go off script.
...said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses
Gentleman's
to
time
talk
has expired.
to, and I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott. Thank
May
you.
I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios.
Enforcement officer of this.
With refusal. And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement: the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and
that
not only
President
is he keeping this country safe,
do you
he
believe
is keeping this
honest?
world
It's
safe.
a simple question,
Of
which you
course
didn't
I do.
answer.
He is
Okay,
the
thank you.
commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injure, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually,
False.
gas is down
That
to
he
$1.99 a
didn't
gallon,
know
thanks to
that
President
he didn't
Trump.
know Epstein.
Maybe
False.
$5 in
That he
California.
sent, it's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans, and you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the far number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my
answer's
question.
yes.
You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back, restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver. Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and
This is absolute fucking crap. I don't give a flying fuck. As I said in front of Jane Fonda and the News Nation, I think, twat that was trying to ask her a question about the church service and the children being separated from their parents. When he asked Jane Fonda that question, I screamed in his motherfucking ear. And I said, hey, what about Liam Ramos, who's 5-year-old sitting in a fucking detention center, separated from his mom? Are you worried about Liam? Oh, what about Katie Johnson? Because I had just read the Katie Johnson filing. What about Katie Johnson accusing the president of raping her at 13 years old? Are you worried about that kid? Are you worried about those children? Or are you worried about fake ass stories of children who shouldn't have been separated from their parents in the first place? What the fuck are those parents doing? Are they bad parents? Are they trafficking their children inside some fucking rape church? Is that what they're doing? Is that a rape church? See how that works? Go fuck yourselves. Those people had a right to enter that church and demand that that pastor answer for being an ICE agent. Sorry. This is Nazi times. We're standing up, bitches. We're going to stand up to you fucking Nazis. And you're not going to hide behind your fucking religion when you don't give a shit if anybody's being shot in the face or any child's being renditioned to a place alone so that he can start to wither and get sick. I'm sorry. And if you try to tell me that the Democrats are the same as the Republicans, you can go fuck yourself all the way off, because they are not. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I just read where this administration and these Republicans are covering up for child rapists. And if you are not fucking paying attention, then you are covering for a pedo. How you disgust me. Joe Biden isn't in the files. Joe Biden isn't in the fucking files. Oh, I just am so done with today. I'm so done with it. Fuck it.
Percent from this time last year, and violent crime down 42. Who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of Make Memphis Safe Again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in D.C., what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughingstock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being
Damn it, I did it again. Okay, I do this all the time. I don't have like a bunch of different things. Anyway, Big Spider Mike, thank you. We're glad you're here. I know. Thank you again for coming. Thanks for standing up in Portland against the maggots. We definitely appreciate that. You're welcome. I know. I mute myself all the time. It's really terrible. I'm really bad at this. Just so you know. Okay? Just so you know. Anyway, the point is, let me tell you about what was I talking about when I was muted? Let me see. Okay. Oh, Brett, let me tell you how we actually got here. Well, I know of you. I'm sorry. I don't know you, but I know of you. I've seen you in action in Portland, so I appreciate that. I know it's part of the show. Hopefully it's part of my charm, but it's not really. Yeah, Big Spider Mike has been standing up to the people on the ground, the agitators, the maggot agitators who are pedo protectors, by the way. I don't know. This is my favorite thing to say to all the MAGA chuds is pedo protectors. Why are you standing up for pedophiles when you seem to not want pedophiles or anywhere on the earth? Whatever. Anyway, beyond that, the other piece, Brett, is that the way we got here was a lot of disinformation in relation to this is why lying is so generally accepted now, is because the public, through a myriad different assaults on our brains, you can thank Mike Flynn, you can thank Steve Bannon, you can thank, I don't know, Curtis Yarvin, you could thank Peter Thiel, you can thank a lot of people for how we got to where we are. But a through line also to that is corruption and disinformation, because once you make the facts something that you can manipulate, and apparently facts are no longer shared amongst people, that is also what lets fascism into the ether. And that's when you're able to just distort the truth, and you don't have to tell the truth. I just read you what Trump did to Katie Johnson at 13. So apparently none of that matters, right? Because disinformation and just continuing to lie about things helps the chuds who already hate themselves say, but my boss told me that I shouldn't be worried about him raping a 13-year-old. What do you mean I should hold him accountable? That must be a lie. Well, there's been an awful lot of reports of lies, I guess, through the like crazy amounts of lies for the current president to be called out as a fucking pedophile. So I guess what I'm just going to say is, you know, hold my beer, because the corruption and the lying and the protection of pedophiles happening has been a design of this administration, this regime. That's just a feature. That's not a bug. And then the other piece too is that, yeah, of course I believe the victims. And you know what? You just have to read the different accounts and see that they are different times, different people, not connected. And it is clear that at least there is a smoking gun enough to investigate what has actually happened. And what about Leon Black? I mean, just Les Wexner, like, never mind. You can just hold Trump. Talk about all the people, right? But this woman has already proven that she will do anything for Trump by evidence of the fact that she absolutely failed to support the victims of Trump University in Florida. She already proved that she was a Trump lackey. Like, none of this should be surprising. Conservatives are the worst at holding their own. They're not even holding accountable. They're complicit. This has been Council for National Policy, think tanks, Cambridge Analytica. There are so many structures within the conservative world that have been doing this all the way down the road. You know, this isn't just you get rid of, well, and also you don't just get rid of Trump and then the problem's gone. We all know that. That's like sophomoric to even think that. But this woman is not even willing to go after the structures beyond Trump. And what I was reading when I was muted before, which I'm very mad about and I don't want to talk about it, is the elimination of the Foreign Corruption Practices Act, the FCPA, which was pulled down by this administration. Investigations into foreign corruption were stopped. No new investigations were opened. This guy is married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter, so fuck him. He's a Nazi. You know, like, whatever. Yeah, never forget the convoys were launched at the same time as the invasion of Ukraine. What made me sick? Oh, really? Oh, Mike, I'm so sorry. I mean, it's just really, it's too much. Like, it's too much. And not even chuds should put up with this. Like, you literally tell us all the time that you want to protect children, and yet there are dozens of stories and evidence in these files, and you're just never going to stop protecting them. And I'm going to say it again. Joe Biden isn't in the files. Joe Biden is not in the files. But you know who is? Putin. Trump. Howard Nutlicker. Peter Attia, the father of longevity or something. He wants to live forever. Yeah, because he wants to fucking rape kids. Vanke was in the grasp of SP. Yes, of course. God damn. I'm going to tell you. Yeah, that's right. Was it Ivanka? Were they doing a Baku? Was it a hotel thing? Was it a hotel they were doing in Baku? Yeah. Oh, look, it's great value Patrick Bateman, a.k.a. Dinesh DeFellon's son-in-law. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, he married. I actually have a picture of him somewhere. Hold on. I just don't let them talk. I don't know. If you're new to the show, just know that I don't give a shit what these motherfuckers have to say because, frankly, it's all a bunch of lies. I'll listen to them when I'm goddamn good and ready. You know? Ukraine conflict start. Oh, okay. All right. Listen, Brett. Brett. Shh. Listen to the adults. Shh. You're in a room with a bunch of people who are actual researchers, okay? They've actually looked at these things for a long time. The Ukraine conflict actually started way before 2014, but I wouldn't expect you to go there. I don't give a shit right now about 2014. We're talking about 2022, and we're talking about Vladimir Putin, and we're talking about people in this room who actually know what the fuck they're talking about when they talk about what Vladimir Putin does and doesn't do. So shh, and listen and learn. That's it. All I want to talk about. I don't want your half-assed information. I'm sorry, but you are not known for your fact-based information, okay? Stop it. Okay, you're about to get blocked, bitch. You're about to get motherfucking blocked. So figure your shit out. Figure your shit. If you're going to go in and call Ukrainians Nazis, you're done. You just fucking earned yourself a way out of my fucking chat because you're a fucking idiot who doesn't understand. There. Goodbye. Goodbye, you fucking propaganda bullshit artist. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, Brett. Yet again, you've fallen for the same motherfucking propaganda that you just can't fucking stop drinking it. Brett, you're an anti-Semite. You have been an anti-Semite. You claim not to be an anti-Semite. You are an anti-Semite. Get the fuck out of here. I thought maybe you were trying to be a human, but no, here you come with your Russian propaganda. You actually are the Russian propaganda, you stupid cuck. God, I'm so done. I'm done with stupidity. Media literacy. If you don't have media literacy, you don't belong in this chat. How about that? If you're not willing to recognize that maybe you've fallen for disinformation, you don't belong here. But if you're willing to listen and talk and learn from people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about, fantastic. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Go over to some chud chat where you can act like you're the smart one. Slava Ukraina. Fuck off. You don't even fucking know. My father was in a fucking German prisoner of war camp in World War II. You don't fucking know the first thing about standing up for anybody. Jesus Christ. You know, like a broken clock, you're right 2 times a day because, yes, Palestine should be free. We agree on that. You got to drop that propaganda, idiot. Jesus Christ. So boring. It's so boring. I don't know what he's talking about. Crime stats. Oh, wait. Is this the last?
Attorney General Bondi, you know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be.
Okay, yeah, here we go. This is him too, the freaking network. Blah, ha, ha, ha. Weak, Lolo, weak. You're not the end-all, be-all of intelligence and knowledge. Yeah, actually I am. I support Jews, real Jews like Norm Finkelstein, Rabbi David Weiss, blur, 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 blur. You just repeated Russian propaganda, Brett. You're an idiot. And you're trying really hard, but you're just dumb. Nobody gets it. Okay, bye. I can do this all day. I don't like stupid people in my chat. How about that? Some of my best friends are propagandists. Whoops, blocked. I'm sorry. I want to be nice. I really do. I want to be welcoming. But if you come in and drop actual propaganda in my chat unapologetically, give me a break. Give me a fucking break. Are you kidding? How dumb. I can't. Ball washer. Ball washer. Well, you know, and Brett and I have a history, right? Like Brett's a jerk, and he's not nice to women. I'm sorry, Brett, you're not nice to women. I don't know how to tell you that. But I don't want to just block you from being in my chat. I'm not actually the bitch that you think I am. However, I am going to block you if you just come in first with stupid propaganda and second with insults. Like, what do you think? I don't really have like time for that. Okay. Anyway, so he's fine. I mean, he's just an idiot, and there's a lot of idiots out there. And he does stand up for Palestine. I'll give him that. He really does. He really stands up for Palestine. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Oh my God, it's more and more. It's more and more. The facts are ace of a battalion. Wow, are you drunk? Are you drunk, Brett? You've now come in 3 times. What exactly is happening? I don't even understand what is happening right now. How many alts does he have? How many alts does Brett have? Shared facts. It's Russian propaganda, Brett. I'm sorry, you're so fucking dumb. This is why I don't have any friends, okay? Because I just... This is why. I've got chats, they're multiplying. Yeah, it's how he handles rejection. Hey, Cam, how you doing? I mean, I try, okay? I really tried. Okay, Cam, did I not try? Did I not give Brett a whole big fucking try? Like a couple times? Oh, here he goes. Oh my God, Brett, thank you. I really appreciate. No better than the right with your misinformation and attacking the people instead of conversing with them. Wait, I got good stuff here. Wait, I really do. There's one. Wait, there's one.
Let the games begin. The following moments may contain explicit language.
That's right. Get ready, bitch. Strap in. Wait a minute. Here we go. This is...
Stand by.
Wait a minute.
In a world fraught with confusion, one woman will break her silence.
Thousands of chuds. Hundreds of chuds. I'm almost at the end of the show anyway. So this is fun, actually. Wait, here we go. Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Few hours.
Oh, no, that's not very good. Okay, wait. Let's do another one.
Illuminati confirmed.
That's right. That's what it is. It's funny. You know what? I have seen Brett in other chats, and he does this. He does this all the time. The minute somebody comes at him, he accuses the entire chat of being absolutely corrupt. You know what? This is what I have to say to you, Brett. Brett's beavers. Yeah, you want to know why he has Beaver Squad? Is because he had a bunch of hags that he would have come into his chat, and he'd like to tell them to take their bras off. Remember that, Brett? Do you remember those streams where you're like, bra optional? Fucking cuck. You fucking cuck.
Bye-bye.
That's right. Bye-bye. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. Oh my God. Wall of text. Here we go. It's a wall of text. I thought we could get along. Wait a minute. Here we go. Oh, sorry that you assume. Well, you're at my show. I mean, I have to assume that because you're sitting in my show. But hold on. I've got a song for you. I hope it works. I'm not really sure it'll work. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, wait. How about this? Here we go. Brett, here's a song just for you. I thought we could get along. I never got along with you. That's right, Brett. I never liked you. I always told you I never liked you. I don't know what you were thinking. But this is fun. Thank you. I needed this. There you go. That's what I think of that. Thank you, because I really wanted to do that, actually. I love those songs. I really do. I just love them. I'm sorry that you... Wait, this is the song I wanted to sing. Sorry that you assume I give a fuck of what you think or say. I thought we could get along. But if you don't want to acknowledge and talk facts, then kinda pointless. Lol. Lol. Oh my God, what a fun way to end the show. He doesn't care what you think or you say. He doesn't care. He just wants to mansplain why you're wrong, yeah. Oh my God, glue stick. Yeah. Tom got one. Chrissy, I don't know who that is. Blind got one. GA from CA. I don't know who she is. I don't know who she is either. Yeah, GA from CA. Oh my God, my nose. Thank you. Drunk streaming from the bathtub. Looks at comments and sees the exact same behavior out of the rain. He cracks me up. You crack me up, Brett. Big Spider Mike, thanks. That's hopefully the best 99 cents you're going to spend. I hope it's the best 99. If you want your money back, Big Spider Mike, I'll send you 99 cents. Don't worry about it. We have a money back guarantee. Not really. I guess I should get rid of Beaver Squad because it's just kind of weird. Hide user on that channel. Okay, bye, Beaver Squad. Come up with alt number 4. Oh, well, welcome. Welcome to the lounge. I hope you enjoy the show. We do this every morning. We don't do that every morning, I promise. Yeah, big satisfied customer. We don't do that every morning because it just doesn't present itself. But we do this kind of stuff where we rant and rave about how our country's being fucked by a bunch of fucking fascist oligarch bitches. And we have some really smart friends who have spent a lot of time documenting these networks and really researching and kind of like. And now I shall post a special members only emoji, which was designed by you, called Boga Niet. That's right. There is no God. God does not exist. That's correct. Hit the like. Anyway, well, what an energizing way to end the show, because I was a little depressed during my mute session. I was a little upset with myself for that. I'm not going to lie, because the song was good and it just pissed me off that I fucked myself on that one. But whatever. Brett, you lifted my spirits out of it because I got to play with my food a little bit. I always enjoy playing with my food. You know how I like to exercise those troll muscles once in a while. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry we couldn't just have nice things. Okay? I'm sorry that Brett, we just couldn't have nice things. Because if you just kind of hung out and listened, then maybe we would have been okay. But if you're going to just drop disinformation, I'm going to boot you, because we don't play that here. We actually just deal in the facts, not your truth. Okay? Those are two different things. We get to play with our food. Oh, hell yeah, we do. Well, at least I do. I don't know about, well, you guys probably do too in chat. Anyway. All right. Well, I'm going to leave you for this Wednesday, but I will be back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, everything inside and outside of that with more fun and frolics. We have the lounge will come back on Friday night. On Friday night, we'll have a trivia, spaced out trivia at the lounge. And then we have movie nights in Discord. On Saturday nights, we had a wonderful documentary last night called All That Breathes, about two gentlemen in India who take care of birds of prey, kites, and just nurse them back to health. It was a beautiful film. So on Tuesdays, we watch documentaries. On Wednesdays, we wear black. No, it's every day we probably wear black. And on Saturdays, we watch like fun movies. And then we usually have some soft porn afterwards, because we love our Italian soft porn movies here at the lounge. So I will see you tomorrow morning, not for soft porn, but for the actual news. Thank you so much for spending so much time with me. I definitely appreciate it. And I hope you were entertained. Hi, GA. How you doing, girl? Good to see ya. Long time no see. Thank you, Jay, for the memberships. You're so kind. Big Spider Mike, welcome to the lounge. Glad you were able to join us and have a little fun. And I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, there's always tomorrow. It's only a day away. I love you too. All right. Take care.